Hey there and welcome to the Max Not Binary. I'm Max, we're back in Oxygen Not Included. Hello there Jesse and Leofar, Slim Limsa. Jesse, thank you for the raid. It does appear you are already here though. You're tired, I'm sorry to hear it. I hope you feel better soon. Probably sleep is the solution to that problem. Not that that's always a straightforward solution, to be fair. Hello, Ralph Ren. Welcome in, I hope you are having a lovely day. So what were we doing here? I think last time we were here we were pouring a lot of hot water onto our dupes, if I recall correctly. What's up with you? Oh yeah, we don't really care about that. So, other things we need to build on this here rocket. Absolutely. Happy Nora. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. What do we build this battery module out of? Do I want a battery? I mean, we probably want a battery. Let's try. Let's not build it up there, though, because the dupes won't be able to reach it. It feels a little bit cheaty that you can, like, move it up and down in that fashion. Oh, they haven't built the Trailblazer yet. Oh, we haven't got enough steel? Seriously, how much more steel do we need? This hasn't got any input? What's going on with the water? When did we disconnect this? Alright, let's try that again then. Yes, there is an ONI puffed plush. I was looking at the Kickstarter yesterday, and then I remembered how much I hate stuff, and how I don't want any in my house. Which is always a problem that I have. I can't take any of this. Was that pipe lead? Did you melt the lead? No. No, we disconnected it because we were, we had some problems with the types of water that were in here. We don't actually have any lead because we don't have any oil biomes. Yeah, we had some problem with some water types, and that resulted in us needing to disconnect some stuff. But we've actually sort of fixed that now, so we can put that back together. Hello, Kasutkin. Welcome in. I hope you are having a good day. Puff does look quite cute. Did you see that also, just don't tell me about it. Hello, Live Love. Welcome in. No, I had polluted water. Normal water would have been fine. Normal water would have just gone through. And indeed, polluted water just went through. But the problem is that it goes into our electrolyzers, and polluted water would have broken them. The live action documentary. No, I was wondering if you saw that they are also doing the little tiny stuffies ones. There's like one for Meep. And a Wilson. And like a couple of other ones from some of their other games. But they're on the Kickstarter page as well. So I assume people might be... Yeah, in the more expensive pack, absolutely. I assume at some point they'll probably be available sort of in their own right as well. Just not yet. There we go. Let's move this back down. What's up with this? Nothing is up with this. Yeah. So that they can put the thing in it. Playing Grounded, and my spider neighbour came to cause a riot at my door. Rude. That does seem inappropriate. Where's the oxygen? What's going on now? Game. Oh, I know what's going on now. What's going on now is that we're actually using a bit more of this oxygen, which is why it's not coming up here. That's not a huge problem. Do you like it when a demo of a game you like that is being remade? I mean, that doesn't make any sense, Jesse. You need to rephrase that sentence so it's sort of clear what you're asking. Hello, Karnath. Welcome in. It's good to see you. I've been a long time peruser of your compendium and reader of your stuff on Reddit, to be honest. It's good to see you. Hope you're having a lovely day. I know you're sleepy, Jessie. But unfortunately, I cannot mind read, particularly through chat. Well, partner would tell you there is only one person for whom I can mind read, and it is them. They do sometimes suggest that I should teach other people to do it, and I'm like, why would I lose my ISP here? I mean, what do you think is going on? Ridiculous behaviour. Who are we scolding now? Really? Really? Alright then. Coming at you. How hot is the stuff in it? I mean, not even vaguely hot enough? That's a bit weird. How much steel have I got? Oh, I haven't even got enough to stop doing it. Alright. Well, we'll just fix it. That one. Deconstruct that. Have a lovely mop, everyone. You three, don't get too scolded standing there. I know you're always weirdly, like, willing to just stand there. Nora. Like, this is broken. Maybe move away. Nora. Can you not make them move while they're in the middle? Oh no, you can move them while they're in a task. Weird. A demo came out of a game I love, but it's the remake version. Do you like when they do that? I'm deeply disinterested in remakes, to be honest. On the whole, there are very, very few games that I would be interested in a remake of. Like, I'm quite happy for them to release demos of games. I think demos are an excellent idea that should be, you know, generally applauded. But, yeah, I'm just not very interested. There's not a lot. What's the third degree burn between friends? I mean, they'll be fine. We might have to put Nora on the thing. And maybe Marie. There you go. Get on some triage cots, you two. You'll feel better. Noticeably, we now have these triage cots because of the regularity with which we have scalded these people. Still don't... Like, it's just not hot enough in here. Oh, this one's 100 degrees. There is one packet that's like 100 degrees. That still shouldn't actually boil, I don't think. Oh no, it has a low evaporation point. Oh, that sucks, doesn't it? That sucks a lot. If there's 4 left, I think we should have actually made it. How much more do you need in here? 300. Is that really true? I'm gonna wait and see. They gave it a sound upgrade, 5 new stages, 1 stage in demo, and an awesome graphics update. Good thing there is no body damage system in ONI, indeed. Fortunately, the dupes are largely regenerative, which is very handy. I mean, if you're excited about the remake, then it seems like the demo is just a good thing. I can't really imagine why it wouldn't be at that point. RimWorld, and I took that personally. Yeah, didn't they? I was on the RimWorld subreddit the other day, in fact, probably yesterday, And someone was complaining that one of their colonists had punched off the other one's leg in a social fight. And I'd written my reply and posted it about that's nothing, you should have been there at the time that one of my colonists actually just bit off the other one's leg. Which, like, how? Did a colonist stand there while the other one, like, slowly nibbled away? Like, does one of them have, like, python mouth? Dislocating jaw and all of that? Who knows? It doesn't make any sense. But then when I read the comments on the thing, there were, like, 3 other people who were like, yep, one of my colonists bit off the other one's leg. Which, I mean, to be fair, you have to have questions. How is that happening? Are there some errands going on here? Yes, just very slowly. The game is a really niche game. Imagine a crossover between RimWorld and ONI. Not sure which bits you would cross. Did they add the parts? No, they did not add the Rim Job World parts, Jesse, because I mean that's just no. They did, however, intimate them, considering they now have what is it that they have? Children, and the possibility to make them. Which, like, I've seen some fun things with the children. I haven't seen anything fun with the way in which you make children. Like, I haven't seen anybody doing anything that I would consider fun. But the actual children themselves seem quite fun. Like, there seems to be a few things that you can do with the children, which are quite fun, you know. Raising them seems quite fun. Like, even a bit of the sort of genetic engineering of them seems quite fun. It's just the really icky ways that they've implemented getting them that are a bit problematic. I mean, the problem is that in RimWorld, it's very rarely fun for the people who are making them. I'm not entirely sure that Ludion Studios understand that, you know, the process by which one makes children is supposed to be kind of fun. I mean, they have socializing, they have romance. There's no real reason. The reason is ickiness, largely. And I don't think that its RimWorld is ever any sort of defense, because like, RimWorld is only like it is because it's RimWorld. And people made it. Maybe they never had to talk about the birds and the bees. I mean, you can do them in the normal way. And that, well, there's turkeys in base game, and I think emu. Are there emu in base game now? Or is that still vanilla expanded? I think there might be emu. But there are definitely turkeys. Possibly some other large birds. I don't think there are many small birds. There is a mod for bees. I know that my brother spent a lot of time playing RimWorld with the mod for bees. He was really excited about the bees. I mean, as I was saying to the subreddit, I don't know why you would want that. If that's what you're using it for, why do you want that, Jesse? I mean, it doesn't say anything super that is something that you would like. Nora, you are all better. I am pleased to say. Yeah, that's sort of the thing that bothers me about RimWorld most. It's not that you can do those things, that's fine. It is supposed to be a bleak survival game. I mean, cool. Okay, I like it. It's much more the way that people respond to that, and the way that the things that people want out of that. Because it makes me feel icky that they want those things. I mean, maybe you, Jesse. Have you considered that, like, the question that, you know, you need a actual restraint to not do things is slightly questionable. I mean, I do most of the things. To be fair, no, let me rephrase, because that's, the question of what's stopping you is a perfectly reasonable one. I take it back, Jesse. I was being unduly harsh, because I do most of the things in RimWorld, because it's a game, and it helps me win at the game. It's not that people do those things, that they are min-maxing them, that those are the ways that you win. It's literally just the really icky way that they talk about it, I think, that bothers me as much as anything else. It is quite how much joy a fair bit of the community takes in edgelording how awful they are. The worst thing I've done is a heat room. I've never been able to get a heat room to work, to be honest. That's kind of the only reason I've never done a heat room in it. Because I'm literally incapable of making it function. Alright, so now we've got contents that are not at a ridiculous temperature. We should be able to make the one more bit of iron. No, steel. Good. That I need for this. Yeah, not a fan of that. I mean, I'm just incompetent at it. No, I don't think they've patched out the diagonal building. You mean the punching through corners? I don't think they've patched it out. I've never really done that one. I did, when we were playing RimWorld on the channel last week, I was using the world's most stupidly overpowered kill box, though, so, you know. That was a thing that was happening. Building a wall from inside the corner of a wall. I don't know. I don't know if they've patched that. Would be my answer. I haven't really seen anyone doing any of that stuff. I've seen a lot of people trying to play without kill boxes in the new patch. Like either using their army of mechs or their vampires or something like that. I did really enjoy the vampires. Something I do have to say for Biotech, especially as a DLC, is that it is incredibly flexible. I like how much stuff there is in it, and the fact that it gives you loads of different ways to play. I think that's great. And I know it's more expensive than the other ones, and people have not necessarily been thrilled with that. But I have to say there's way more in it than the last two. And it's just way more flexible, which I really like as a sort of thing. And yes, I enjoyed the vampires a lot when we played with them. Still not sure about the children, but I would like to play some more with the mechs. You posted it in Discord because of the existence of Enter on Discord. I mean, that seems completely fine. The small X is where you want to build, the big X is where walls are already, and 0 is the pawn. Cool. I will have a look, Jesse. But I don't know whether they've patched any of that out, certainly. Right. Let's try and put this in a bit more of a sensible order. It feels really cheaty that you can do this with your rocket. I mean, maybe that's just me, but the fact that you can just, like, magically move the bits up and down, it just sort of feels a bit cheaty. Hello, you. You've got your rover in you, though, haven't you? Yes, you've got the lander and the rover. Excellent. Right. So I guess we kind of want to actually build out the interior of this now, before we put the engine on it. We're gonna make a steam engine. Okay, let's have a look at the start map. Where do we want to go first? We probably want to go here. Let's have a look. How is there a magma biome and a frozen core? Where is the magma biome in that case, then? I have some questions there. Hello, Jack, welcome in. I hope you are doing well. Belsi Stephen, welcome in. I hope you are having a lovely day. I find that concerning. I was thinking we'd probably go here because it's probably easier to get the reed fibre than it is to capture the Drecos straight off, considering we don't have any suits. Yeah, I think that's what I was saying, Jesse, that if you're doing it because, like, it's a game mechanic, and that helps you, like, beat the game, like, there's no problem with that. It's literally about how people talk about it, and the fact that they talk about it as if, like, doing horrendous things to people is cool. Like, even if those people are sprites, it's not cool. It might be necessary, and it might help you win the game, but it's definitely not cool. Does that make sense of where my problem is? My problem is not really with the fact that you can do those things. It's that people have a very weird relationship to the doing of those things. Right, we're going to need a toilet. That is a thing that we will certainly need in here. We don't have any plastic, so we can't build a space toilet. So we're just going to have to build a regular one. Do we want it here? Do we want it further down? I don't know. We'll see. Sure. Maybe there. I can never really decide how is best to do this. What do we actually want? We're going to need like a table and I mean, we probably don't need to build this out of decor. I mean, it does have a decor value, so we're probably not going to have them wash their hands. We're going to work on the grounds that the radiation will kill the germs. Because otherwise we'd need to worry about, like, what's the stuff? I mean, the Reddit has been doing that for a large number of years, and maybe it's time they got over their small selves. I think that's what I'd say about it. It's perhaps time that the Reddit realised that it is neither big nor clever. I mean, it's not even very clever. If you think about how RimWorld works, it would be way more clever if you could win the game without doing some of that stuff. Because, like, the game's really hard. And, if you could win without doing all the gruesome bits, like, that would definitely be a super test of skill. Like, Adam vs. Everything did a pacifist run, like a good guys run. And like just found it insanely difficult, and he's super good at the game. So that was an interesting watch. What am I looking for here? I'm looking for a bed. Who's trapped? Where, what? Nobody's trapped. This is a lie, isn't it? Thanks, game. Thanks for lying to me. I mean, Jesse, none of this says anything better about them. This is my point. Like, it's like that thing, like, where people are like, oh, we're not racist, but it's funny to, like, say racist things. It's like, well, no, it's not. And the fact that you think it is probably means that you're a racist. That's kind of where we're at with it. And the subreddit for RimWorld has not always, and it's not entirely fair to tar all with the same brush, because there's always actually quite a lot of people who are obviously on there who post things from time to time being like, We never do these things. Like, is that okay? To which the answer is, of course, yes. Play it however you like. You know, as I say, the reason I like Biotech as a DLC is that it's very, very flexible. And the base game itself is very flexible, which I like very much about it. Do I want this operator? Do we want Quinn? Quinn, do we want you? Let me look at who we've got. Yeah, then that's sort of it, Jessie, I agree. Let's have a look. We've got Marie, we've got Amelia, we've got Annabelle. We maybe don't need Quinn, to be honest. What do we need here? Rect and Ren will do the planting. We maybe even need another farmer before we need anything else. Yeah, we probably need another farmer, since both of our farmers also do... What's it? I mean, the reason is the way that you vote posts up. So only the stuff that goes with the hive mind can possibly get to the top of the subreddit and be seen by more people, which brings more people who share the same opinion in. Like, it's literally designed to make a hive mind. Like, it's quite... I use Reddit quite a lot, but that's partly because it's full of, like, nerds who play computer games, and they tell me handy things about how to play my computer games better. But apart from that, it's not really a great website. Yeah, the upvotes is literally the problem there. It's completely designed to be an awful, awful place. But it does have excellent game tips, so... This is often my solution for why can't I do this thing in my game. Reddit will tell me. So, you know, for all of my complaints about it, I also have to say that it can be very useful. Ahoy, Nematrek. I hope you are well. I am bemoaning Reddit, and it's, I think it's mostly just its edgelord nonsense, which persists even though a selection of the edgelords have indeed moved away. I don't think I really want to give these people any more skills. None of these dupes really have enough morale to be giving them extra skills at this point. Yes, and that was where it started, Nematrack. Exactly there. In my deep and abiding aggravation with the Rimworld subreddit and the way they talk about it. Let's get the pipsqueak then, if we're not going to take this. Do we want you? We could do with a decorator. I don't like decreased construction, but it's not the end of the world. We can probably get a better farmer than Devon. It's a Devon, though. Leofar. It's a Devon. Would you like to be this Devon, Leofar? You have to pay. I'm sure you've got enough points. But we'll get Devon. Devon has some skills that we might want anyway. Let's give Devon a hat. Devon, we can start you in a farming hat, but you're also going to be our artist later on. But yeah, farming, art, also carry. I am Devon, still make it Leofar. Absolutely. Come here, Devon. There you go, Leofar. Welcome in. Thank you for spending your points. Yes, you're going to be doing the arts later on, but we are going to get you into the arts as well. Have you found any more seeds? You have not. Alright then, Pips. You do your best. Right then. I was trying to think about what we're going to do with this rocket. I wasn't being terribly successful. Oh, I know what we need to do. Please grant this rocket. Yes. Yeah. Those are, like, some of the ways that you can do that in-game are perfectly reasonable. But obviously it's RimWorld, so there's loads of ways you can do it, which basically constitutes sexual assault. Which I think is largely problematic. Yeah, there you go, Jesse. I would advise just skimming by those ones and trying not to engage. Right, bed. That's what I was thinking about. I was thinking we can put a plastic bed up here. No, we can't put a plastic bed up here because we don't know what plastic is. Remember? That's the whole thing. Alright, let's put a bed there. Tables. We'll need some tables. Are you industrial machinery? I think there's a mod somewhere that adds an industrial machinery tag to stuff. That is one I should get, because that would be really useful. Just a tag to be like, this is industrial machinery. What if we do this? Miscellaneous room. If I hover over... Oh no, it doesn't do it like that. Right, let's just put a table in and then we can find out if it's industrial machinery. That's going to be the easiest way. Just put down a table. Alright then. Right, let's have a look. No, it's not industrial machinery. Right, that answers that question. I was thinking about oxygen. Because we were talking about maybe massively overpressurizing it in here so we had enough oxygen for ages. Because we don't really have any oxalite. Thank you, Jesse, I will stretch. We don't really have any oxalite. And by really, I mean we don't have any oxalite. And they've been breathing out through their mask, haven't they? God damn them. Dupes. They're breathing. We don't have axolotl. No, that's Minecraft, Nematrek. They're the ones who have axolotls. Yeah, what was I saying? So, we don't have oxalite. We're not going to have a lot of power, because we can't actually... Oh, actually... I know, but we can't generate more oxygen, so that doesn't make sense. There's no point doing a pump. We could maybe take a diffuser. We'd have to go back to the other planet where we don't have any food. Alright, I've had a vague thought on how we might be able to provide oxygen for our dupe without just massively overpressurizing it and letting them have popped eardrums, which is the other possibility. And I was thinking, if we delete that and we build a tile like here, we could essentially create infinite storage by putting some water like here. Can we build a tile there? Let's get rid of this. You want an axolot? Is the bed a room? No, apparently it's not big enough. We can make it bigger though, because this room's quite big. So we could make this a room. This also isn't a room. I mean, to be honest, the +1s from these aren't super required. Who are we fleeing? That one. I mean, Leofar. What are you trying to do there, mate? I mean, it's not going to tell me because now you're fleeing. So maybe get out of the way. Oh, I know what we can do. Just don't come through these doors, mate. You can do it from up there without having to deal with the poke shell. Hello, Daredevil. Welcome in. I don't think they should be grabbing the egg. I don't think they have anywhere to put it. I imagine they were trying to refill the sieve. But you can just climb up here and do it from there. We could make the bedroom a mess hall. You can't put the bed in the same room as the table. Ah, that's nice. Daredevil, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely day. Poke shell in attack mode. Yeah, we've locked the doors, Chthonic one. You can't put a bed in the same room as a table because they give you conflicting room bonuses. I'm not too bad, thank you, Daredevil. Yeah, because they create conflicting rooms, they can't be in the same room. So we do need to keep these things separate from wherever we want the table if we want the bonus for the mess hall. And to be fair, trying to make this into a mess hall or ideally a great hall is just worth so much more morale than worrying about the bedroom, I would say. Yeah, look, we can build tiles here. We can put a little bit of liquid here, and we can essentially massively overpressurize this. You could put the bed in the same room as the outhouse, since we're not getting the bonus anyway. That is true. I wonder if it saves... I'll probably save a little bit of space. I wonder if we need the space. We'll have to see. But that is quite possibly a way, a good idea. This is oxygen not included, Daredevil. It's a base builder come colony sim. Can your dupes leave? Yeah, they just don't have anything to do. So they're just hanging out in there. Fewer doors, that is true. What was I thinking? Oh, I know what I was thinking. So how much water did we decide we could put on this? It's like, 2 kilos, isn't it? 2 kilos? No, that's less than 2 kilos. Yeah, it's got to be less than 2 kilos. That was it, I remember. So, what we could do... So, yeah, we could fill it that way. I thought they patched that out anyway. I thought you couldn't melt the walls in there anymore. What is that, Daredevil? Yeah, so we can create infinite storage in here. And just massively... Oh, they might not be able to get out. Oh, nuts. Good call, Chthonic one. Out she go. We could set it all up. Also, we could just use 2 tiles. It would be fine. But yes, we could use infinite storage. Last I heard, you can't choose the removal of the walls with things like replacing them, but you can still melt them. Ah, I see. Really? Is that because you decided to hang out there? I mean, have you explained to them that you didn't do the thing? This bothers me a lot. They literally have a recreation room here that they can go and hang out in. This is not a safe area, so that excuse doesn't work. There's just no reason why they should hang out there. I think they disabled dupes, breaking them with destructive mental breaks. Oh, that's disappointing. I'm sorry to hear that, Daredevil. I hope that you can get that sorted out with them, or, you know, possibly that they start to, you know, like believe in their friend, which seems like a thing they probably should do. Does the rec room need a water cooler? It has a party line phone. So it does need something equivalent to a water cooler. It needs a recreational building of any type. But it's got a party line phone. You have not, Trey, is the answer to that. Let me explain. I'm not Zebrapig, who is in the TikTok. Zebrapig hosts me on their channel. So when you follow the link to Zebrapig's channel and Zebrapig is not streaming, it brings you here to this channel. I am Max. This is the Max Not Binary. We play a lot of base building and strategy games. If you would like to check out Zebrapig, they will be live 11 PM GMT on Sunday. I think that's their next live show on Twitch, or you can check out their VODs to see their reaction to the TikTok and going viral. Those are both on Twitch and on YouTube, which has the same name as their channel, so you should be able to find it. I will not be your friend, Daredevil, I'm afraid, because I don't know you. That isn't how friends work. But yes, you can join the Discord so that we could get to know each other. That is a good point, Nematrek. You're a bit better at this than I am. Right. What was I thinking? Oh yeah. So the other thing we can do in terms of oxygen. Oh, I remember why we never did that. It's because when we came over here, there was hardly any algae anyway. This is such a terrible algae biome. For a biome that should have some algae in it. Look how little there is. Yeah, we're definitely going to over-pressurize the ship. Jesse, have a lovely lurk and rest of your day. I hope that it's a good one. And that you get some rest. Nematrek vampires' powers help a lot. That is possibly true. I mean, they do have high social. It is one of their traits. What am I looking at? I'm looking for my haul stuff here mod. Because I'm lazy. And this works really well. I will rest of the day. That is a good plan. Have a lovely one, Jesse. We'll see you again soon. Liquid. What do we got knocking around out there? I don't know. We'll have to have a look. What do we have? Oh, we've got loads of stuff probably because we've been no, we've just been putting it back in here. I said we had loads of stuff and then I remembered that we've just actually been chucking it all back in here. So we don't have loads, but we could get more salt water. So if we turn this off for a little bit, we can get some salt water. Have we submitted a bioscan to this? Now that I have allowed you to open it again. You won't be my friend. Oh, I'm so sorry, Chthonic One. You have good news, I'm glad, Daredevil. Oh. Oh, that's good. I am glad that you guys are making up, Daredevil. That is always good to hear. Oh, it was a thief. Oh, I mean, that's a problem. Chthonic One, that cat that you posted in the pet channel on the Discord, is that your cat? Do you have a cat? Or do you just have Rascal? Why aren't we doing this? Game. Do you believe that we can't see this door? I think the game maybe thinks that this door doesn't exist. It is not my pet. It looks like my former cat. Sam, kind of. Technically cats have us. I tend to post other people's pets. Well, I mean, that's cool. Come over here, you. Yes, You can't see this door, can you? Oh no, you can. Weird. Okay, that's fine then. I have to play this game again this weekend. That sounds great, Fire, to be honest. Sounds like a good time. Right, let's cut through here. Are you mad? No, you're not mad, you're okay. Hello Annabelle, welcome in. I hope you are well. No, absolutely. I mean, I don't have any pets, so all the pets that I have posted are not strictly my pets. I was just interested to know whether it was your cat. What other games do I play? I play other base building and strategy games, mostly. Or other colony sims. Last week we played a bunch of RimWorld. I don't know what we're going to do next. I mean, we'll probably be playing this run for a little while, because I am nowhere near doing the things that I wanted to do with this run. But, I don't know what I'm going to do after that. I haven't decided. There are quite a few games that I'd like to check out, but we'll have to see. What am I looking for here? I'm looking for liquids. That's it. Salt water, 3 kilos. Let's do the enable auto spill, enable auto drop. I'd feel bad if I had to move and find a new home for a cat when I moved. Oh, I see. Sorry, I missed the... We have played some Minecraft on the channel. Daredevil. It wasn't very well when we played it, though, so it sort of got shelved because I felt rubbish at the time. Which is not entirely Minecraft's fault, but now I don't have the best associations with it. I think we will go back to it, though, because I'd still like to... I'd like to sort of learn it a bit better, certainly. Oh, I see. Yes. No, I absolutely understand why you would want to move before you invested in having a new pet. That is completely reasonable. Oh, look, muckroot. We actually can eat this. I started a new run today on the DLC. Classic start. Very first cycle, Devon fell into the water pit, of course. You have a bird? Oh, that's lovely, Daredevil. I don't know many people with a bird. I don't know if it's not very common. It was a cry for help. Hello, Fishy. Welcome in. I don't know many people with a bird. I don't know if it's just not very common in the UK. You definitely can have pets as birds. So when we used to go to the pet shop when I was younger, there were birds there. Oh, Leofar, we haven't... No, you've got a bed. No, yes. You do have a bed. Oh, I know what you don't have. You don't have a schedule that allows you to sleep. It's a different problem from not having a bed. Similar, but not the same. Here you go, Leofar. Then you can also eat and all sorts of things. He is imitating me. Does he talk? Such a dramatic Dupes. I thought dead parrots were common in England. I mean, on the whole, we try not for them to be dead. But they liked that one. It is a great sketch, to be fair. Oh, that's cool. What are you lot up to down here? Oh, you're still doing this. Oh, excellent. You have successfully achieved dropping the stuff in here. Cool. Right, let's use a vent. And then we're just going to pipe loads of oxygen in here. And we're going to, like, mass pressurize this. The dupes will get popped eardrums and be sad about it. I tell you what we... How big? A rec room only needs to be 12. Now, I know that you can get a Great Hall in with a functional bathroom size and a functional bedroom size. So if we moved the toilet in with the bed, how big is this room? 10. Yeah. So if we deconstruct these two, and we move the toilet over there, if we make this a little bit bigger in some fashion, we'll work out how we're going to do that. This could be a rec room, and that should help mitigate... I mean, rec rooms don't actually do anything, do they? Hang on. No. I thought for a minute it would help, but it doesn't help. I mean, we could just leave that to be a bedroom. Give them one extra. Right then. So we're going to go here. I need to think about what I need. Can we can't oversee it? Alright. I'm sort of hoping... we'll probably need to break through that. I'm sort of hoping that the oxygen will be nearby. Oh, we've got the rover, haven't we? So the rover should be able to dig down to some. Okay. So what do we need to take? What would we need to take with us? We'd need some food, which is going to be a problem because we ain't really got any, but, you know. We'll try and work something out for that. Food is definitely going to be an issue. Here you go. Have a fridge. And let's put a couple of storage bins in. Out of here. That's what I was trying to do. One of these pipes, because we've got oxygen pipes coming up here anyway, can just like go across into there. See you, Nematrek. Have a lovely rest of your day. Stubby the snake dog, welcome in. I hope you are having a good day. I hate rockets. Deeply. And, severely. I hate rockets. Which isn't really fair to rockets, but it is kind of how I feel about them. How have you managed to do this, you lot? So waterweed consume the, wild waterweed don't consume the, salt water, do they? No, they don't. I didn't think so. They've just... unfortunately, the mopping didn't work quite how I hoped. That's essentially what's happened there. Dupes, yeah, track them around. That is almost certainly what happened, yes. Right. So we're working on this. We're working on getting some oxygen in there. If you were going to a new planet, what would you want to take with you? I mean, we don't have a lot of anything here. So we might have to sort of make do with what we can get over there. Oh, I tell you what we should do. What we should do while we sort this out is we should make a steam room to actually power it. That is the thing that we should do. So... to make a steam room, we're essentially just going to put an aquatuner in a box with some gas pumps. I wonder if I could sort of fit it in here. We'd have to put some backing plates up, but We sort of could fit it in here. If we wanted. It's sort of handily near our largest source of power. And, well, we haven't got any steel to make the goddamn aqua tuner. Right. We're going to have to keep doing this very slowly. So that we don't boil anything. Make 2 bits. Hello, Dukes. Welcome in. It's good to see you. You should also make an engine. We are going to make an engine. But if I make the engine, then I won't be able to have this on the ground floor. So we won't be able to build in it. So engines last, frankly. Excellent. Okay. There's my plan there. Oh, these need to be airflow. So that we don't have this happen. How have you been, Dukes? I hope you have had a good few days. And that your Friday is going well. It is Friday, is it? Is it Friday? Have I gone insane? You just like pointing it out. I mean, certainly there is going to be a problem with having the rocket take out. It really is. Excellent. As discussed, like what day of the week of it isn't necessarily a huge deal to me in any sense. So I don't always remember. Can be tricky. Go on, brain. You can do it. We want to think about aqua tuner boxes. Maybe somewhere in here. Beyond the liquid lock. Might be a good place to put them. Yeah, I sort of quite like that idea. Because the other thing we could do... there's some sand in a couple of places, but it's not too terrible. If we were to, like, dig out, say, this bit, we can just suck all the atmosphere out of here. I mean, maybe... I mean, maybe not. Space doesn't work as well as I would have hoped. Sometimes. I could also dig this out. Frankly. Oh, they can't get in. Well, that's a problem. There you go, mate. Now you can get in there. Oh, hang on. I've realised another problem if we dig that out. Oh, no, it's fine. We can just use a door. But they will start running about in space without their oxygen masks, because they're duplicants, so obviously they're going to do that. How you doing, Pips? You still haven't managed to rummage up a what's it? We can actually cancel these ones and let them grow some more branches. Because the pips won't plant there anyway. So we should be fine. The backdrop that remains when you dig out the biome close to space always bugs me a little bit. It is sort of... It's a bit weird, but also it is really necessary for the way that they're, the way that you deal with space and the idea of drywall and all of that. So, like, they both have sympathy and sort of, I'm pretty sure I understand why they do it this way. Because it's almost certainly completely necessary, I would say. But we might see if we can convince them to vent some of this stuff into space. I think we were talking about just generally all of them. That, like, the idea of, like, a backing to the world is a bit weird. Oh, you also want it to look tidy. Fair. The only way you can have it look tidy is you have to make your base of space higher than the highest point of your backing. But then you have to drywall in all the rest, and that's an absolute pain. Oh, the other thing we should do is we should get them to release all the excess. You've done that before, but it takes so much rock. Absolutely worth it. I don't know if it's worth it. I definitely don't know if it would be worth it on a classic start, Annabelle. Maybe on the tiny maps it might be worth it. But definitely not sure about a classic start map. Let's chuck one of these in. Oh, we can probably put it right by the door, can we? Yeah, you can build stuff on the door. Excellent. And then we can get them to empty the other oxygen in here. Because yes, we're just gonna pressurize this to absolutely absurd levels. Since once you're popping their eardrums, it doesn't really matter how absurd the levels that you pressurize it to. So we're just gonna go nuts with that, so that we have plenty of oxygen for the trip. So that if nothing else, we will have some oxygen. Are we doing any research? And if so, what research are we doing? Oh, also I need to speed the game up. Oh, we're going for rad research, I see. Fair. That's fine. Oh no, I don't. I have sped the game up. Right. We've done this without breaking anything. The salt water in it isn't too hot. So let's build a little bit more steel. So yeah, I think we'll put the aquatuna box like round here somewhere. And then we don't have to run it too far to put it into the thing. We can get water for it from either from this pipe, assuming this is still running. It's going dormant very soon, so we probably can't get it from that pipe, but we can get it from our infinite storage here. Yeah, 32 tons per tile. I think we have plenty. Printables. Let's have a look. There's another Devon. This Devon is anemic, though. Otherwise very good, but anemic. And neither of the others are very good. I mean, we can have some oxalite. There we go. Yes, not so good, Leo, that one. Definitely the one we took was a better Devon. Anemic is not happy with anemic as an option. How's the water doing up here? I mean, it's a bit hot, but it's still not outrageously hot, to be fair. When are you back? 7.3 cycles. I think the trick will be to temporarily... Oh, we'll have to move that. No, we won't have to move that out of the way. It'll be alright. To temporarily add a water sieve until we've got through all of the salt water in here. And then we can move the water sieve back here to where the desalinator is. But we will need a permanent solution to this not being enough water to run our electrolyzer system. I don't know if Karnath is still around, but I enjoy this electrolyzer system. And I enjoy the efficiency. But the fact that it has to be always on, I find uses a lot more water than I'm expecting to use. So that would be my downside with it. I mean, one, it's that I sort of had to make infinite storage or vent stuff into space so that it can keep going. And my other one is just that it really does eat water. Half Rodriguez for the win. I think I've talked about it before, that, like, I sort of enjoy the different versions. I think possibly I would have built the one with the loop instead if I went back and did this again. I like how much smaller they are than the Rodriguez. I mean, I like the submerged ones as well, but I couldn't be bothered to make a submerged one at the time. Wasn't going to bother with stacking. Because at least then you have your infinite storage in the submerged one already. Which definitely means that I don't have to build any extra one. So I like that. I still make my setups with a filter and hooked up to the main power. Wow. Imagine. I mean, I know that, look, you do get a useful amount of redundancy from hooking them up to the main power. To be fair, when I use the full Rodriguez, I do often wind up hooking it onto the main power line. But that is more because it is a power positive than to ensure it remains powered, though it does achieve both results. Hello, Casa. Welcome in. I hope you are having a great day. We've got an angry poke shell in here. How much steel have I made? 400 kilos? I thought I'd made more than that. Sad times. Alright, let's make some more. Alright then. I mean, I was moderately tempted about putting in for the digital supporter so that we could have the puffed bed. Because as discussed, I looked at the puffed. I was like, it's quite cool. It would be on brand. And then I was like, I just don't want more stuff in my house. My house has already got way too much stuff in it. So I did wonder about the digital one. I'm having a think about it still. You're off next week. That's amazing, Casa. It's good to hear. I hope you have a lovely holiday from work. Raffle it off. Oh, then I'd have to do the postage. One out, one in. No. See, what I would like to happen is just have a lot of it go out and no more in. But yes, I suppose a raffle could be a thing. I don't know. We'll have to see. But yes, we'll see about that. Certainly the digital one, considering the thing. Raffle it out, local pickup only. I mean, this seems harsh. I'm pretty sure most of my viewers are not in my local area in any way. Daredevil, there is an associated small plush toy that has just been released on a Kickstarter to go with this game, and we are discussing whether we would like it. Wrecked, why are you sleeping on the floor? Wrecked? You have a bed right here. There's plenty of oxygen. You have a perfectly reasonable schedule. Did you manage to miss bedtime somehow? I mean, they're idle a lot, so we probably could give them all an extra downtime slot if they need one. I don't really think they should need them, but nonetheless, I'm concerned to find Rect sleeping on the floor at this stage, so we'll give them an extra downtime slot. I'll also make the final schedule while I am here. And we'll see if that fixes it. Rect is gonna wreck his back. Ah, fire. I hope you have a lovely Monday off as well. Sounds good. Enjoy your lurk and enjoy your Zoom call. I'm sure it will be excellent. Here till 3. I assume that's 3 your time. Because, like, it's definitely gone 3 my time. That's okay, Daredevil. Worry not. How much oxygen do you reckon we actually need up here? Should we pressurize it up to like 10 kilos? I suppose we should sensibly work it out, but I can't necessarily be bothered. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. I am pleased that you're having a good time. If you're using the app, you're probably on mobile, so I hope that the mobile app is treating you well. It is, actually. I was complaining about the mobile app actually yesterday to Partner, but it must be said that the mobile app is much improved than its earlier states. Which is good to see. Alright, we've got 600 steel. How's temperature? Temperature's alright. Lovely. Let's make a couple more. Keep a close eye on this. So we don't scald our duplicants with boiling hot oxygen. This will be back soon. I think this will be back before we'll manage to scald our duplicants. Oh, I have no idea why I was recommended, but I'm happy to see that, you know, I'm getting recommended. That is definitely worthwhile. I don't know how it would choose recommendations for a new user. I'm always really interested to look at the recommendations on Partner's Twitch account, because Partner doesn't watch any Twitch, apart from me. So Partner has some quite interesting recommendations often. There was somebody streaming ONI last night after I finished, who I was like, I don't even know who this person is. It's really weird. Somebody I hadn't... Steve. Oh, okay. I was a bit worried that Steve was going to trap their head there, but they have mostly fixed that behaviour. How are you doing, bees? Oh, it's still pretty cold down here. I'm still moderately worried that we're going to make it too warm for the bees, but we're going alright. Steve has the quantum teleport gene. I mean, thank God, frankly. Yeah, I've forgotten their name now, but there was someone who, like, I don't think I've ever watched or seen streaming ONI before. Maybe they are a streamer who usually streams something else and just happened to be streaming ONI last night. But it was really interesting to see someone that I never get recommended. Daredevil, thank you so much. That is very kind. I'm still in the what do I need to take with me. I mean, normally you'd take loads of steel, but I can't really afford to make loads of steel, frankly. Can we make some more refined carbon? Like, even that might be tricky, because I don't know how much coal we've got. I'd probably like to take glass. If we make glass now, though, it's going to be really hot. So let's try and make some at least immediately. At least enough to make a solar panel on the other side. So we have a little bit of energy. A little bit of power. I know what I was thinking of. It would be so useful if one of the ways this worked was to... Thank you very much for the follow, Steph August. Welcome in. Hello, Dat Damn Cat. Welcome in to you. Thank you, Fire. That's very kind. I really wish that this displayed a display that essentially was equivalent to this one. Like, we could see percentage uptime on your power generators. Well, I can see it on the hydrogen generator. Can we add it to solar panels? Because then we could actually, like, I could really easily work out how many watts I should expect. Well, how many joules of power I should expect to be able to save per day per solar panel. This is my request. I want an uptime on my solar panels in a percentage. Because I realise that, like, they're sort of up all of the time, but they're not working at full power because they can't. So, I would like that. Maybe that's just, like, me being grumpy, but I would really like to know. Make my life easier. Alright then. You're still mad, but we don't care too much about that. You're back in 4.8. I tell you what we might do. We might set up for the eventual coming back of this in advance. So I don't have the usual thing where I'm suddenly scrambling desperately to add the appropriate refinement to this. I mean, we can't really build it there. Because there isn't any floor. I mean, I could build some floor, but I don't want to. Refinement, wood sieve. Which way round do I want it? This way. So that would come there. Which one are we fleeing now? And yes, we're probably best to do it that way, because otherwise they won't be able to reach it. We'll also have to sort it out some power. This might be a time for this line. We need to build some batteries. But I haven't got anywhere cold. Oh, I remember this. I wanted to keep the batteries somewhere. But unlike on the classic maps, we don't have a big cold sink up here. Our big cold sink is down here. So that would require us building this all the way down to a battery storage. Which may well be worthwhile. Thank you for the follow, Jessie. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. But again, there's also the bee problem. I would suggest that probably where I would like to put batteries is in here. Why don't we try that? Rather than digging into the bees, it's actually pretty cold all the way along here because it's near to this biome without necessarily being a part of it. So this might be an excellent place to store batteries. Oh, hello. Well, I mean, we could have a cook. This one's a kitchen menace as well. I mean, it still gives them like a +6, but still. Or we could have an operator. I don't think we want either of those right now. Bees and Confort are natural allies. I will sit up properly. Confort? This is just me who doesn't know what that is. Which is obviously possibly the answer. You used your value points to remind me to sit up straight. That is what happened there. You used your maxed value to remind me to sit up. Which, to be fair, is not something I regularly remember to do. Oh, Ah, yes, we need to rewire this, don't we? Nuts. And double nuts. Alright, for now, let me build one there. We'll add a wire bridge here and here. And then we can make a room. Oh no, you don't have to be sorry. It's an entirely reasonable thing. I have it there, well, partly because it's one of the ones that Twitch offers as a default. But actually, being reminded to sit up straight is often quite useful. Do I have any aluminum? I do. I need to start saying aluminium again. Spend too much time with you American people. I mean, it's sort of my job to get distracted, so I wouldn't worry, Daredevil. It's prettier. I don't know why you're so against the idea of aluminium. Like, it's literally spelt aluminium. It is a bad habit, I agree. They've built that, have they? Oh, they have. Excellent. Can you then deconstruct this wire? Because we don't need it anymore. We need to continue our making of steel. It's getting a little bit warm in here. But so far, so good. The problem is that it is not pronounced in the way in which it is spelt. That is my problem with it. Please pronounce the actual things in it. Feels like too many syllables in my American mouth parts. I don't have time. Do you actually spell it different over there? No, you can't. Oh, well, actually, these guys are Canadian, aren't they? So. We don't spell it this way. I'm sure we spell it differently. Yes. This is the thing. It's that you spell it wrong. Oh, well, of course you do. Of course you spell it wrong. That's why you say it wrong. You just have to watch the channel. That's how you get more points, Daredevil. Hello, What's Play? Welcome in. God damn North Americans. I mean, I can understand language drift, you know. I know why the language of the United States and of the Americas generally, even where they speak, you know, whoa, I know what you've done. No, none of that. Right. Has diverged from the European languages from which they evolved. And I don't have anything against that. But, like, we haven't even had aluminium for that long. How have you managed to, like, get it wrong? It's not like it's a really old word. It's the app itself that gives you points, Daredevil. It's not us. I thought it makes sense to have an I after the N compared to other elements. It's the British that have drifted further from the original English. Shakespeare spoke closer to our English than British English. That is apparently true. I've also read that. I'm not quite sure on what metrics that is, like, considered true, because, like, I've read a lot of Shakespeare. You don't talk massively like him. There are loads of accents in the US. That is certainly true. But yes, like, that's entirely reasonable. As I say, I don't really have any problem with, like, the conception that, you know, languages diverge. Let's say that. Languages diverge. And we'll leave the question of which they diverged from alone. They diverge from each other. That seems fine. But, yeah. This isn't really diverging. It's not really long enough. That is the only Shakespeare quote you know, Fire. What you egg? I mean, it's an interesting one to know. The use of Z in words is closer to original English, whereas modern British English has adopted S instead in lots of cases. I'm trying to think of any real instances of Z in sort of Old English. I don't find any of the Australians particularly incomprehensible, to be honest. Though, to be fair, considering that the Australians and the North Americans have diverged sort of separately from a base, would suggest that, like, it might be difficult to understand across that divide. But then, as you say, like, there's not really, why do you say Z instead of Z? I have no idea. Lots of different origins. Yes, that is certainly one of the things. Thank you for the follow, Mr. Twitter. I hope you are having a good day. I don't know, language is weird. It's often very interesting, but is certainly very weird in any number of respects. We appear to have run out of aluminum. Oh, god damn it. I did it again. This is a much more important problem than how it is pronounced, I have to say. Because we need to build stuff. I haven't built that much stuff. How can we not have any metal ore? Wow. There isn't really a lot of other metal ore here. This is going to be a severe problem. Ah, yes, Mr. Twitter. As the chat message says, you saw a video of a zebra pig, who I am not. But Zebra Pig hosts this channel, which is the Max Not Binary. I'm Max. We play a lot of base building and strategy games. When Zebra Pig is not live, you potentially get brought here. And that is how come you have wound up here. If you would like to see Zebra Pig's reaction to the viral TikTok and all of that stuff, you can check out their VODs on their channel or on their YouTube, which has the same name as their Twitch channel, which makes it nice and easy to find them. You are also welcome to hang out here. I hope you have a great day. The Z thing came from a professor of language. Is this true, or is this apocryphal? Yes, the UK actually has a massive number of accents that, in true UK fashion, diverge in incredibly small geographical regions. Because, you know, living 3 doors down is a clear problem to the British. You're obviously not the same people. I mean, leave aside that the country, in fact, has, like, 3 different languages, but, you know. Or possibly 4, depending on whether you consider Cornish a full language, which I'm sure if you are Cornish, you will. Rona. There we go. Welcome in. Sorry, my ability to pass that name took me a little while, but thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Yes. Cornish, the language of Corn. No, the language of the people of Cornwall, who share a Brythonic heritage with particularly the people of Wales and possibly Northumbria, bits of Scotland. Sort of also the Bretons in France are sort of culturally linked as well. Slightly distinct from the Celts, but not entirely. Celts are largely a superclass. That's not quite the word I mean. Like a bigger class that involves subclasses. Probably not class, but you know. Grouping. I can't think of the appropriate word. Oh no, that wouldn't be a surprise to me, because I have read Shakespeare and also Chaucer. It does take some getting used to the F's as S, but yeah, that one I've done. To be fair, it's probably not a great place for growing corn. It's not really flat enough. Probably rains a bit much as well. Doesn't corn need quite a lot of dry? If I recall correctly. Right, so now we have some batteries, which is lovely. And we have a power cable, which is also handy. We still need to make a little bit more steel so that we can build this aquatuner. We're going to need a little bit more after that, because we will need to build one gas pump in there, which is going to be big enough to sustain. Does it really only take 50 to build a gas pump? When it takes 400 to build a liquid pump? I mean, what are the balance decisions that has led to this? Oh well, I guess we'll never know. Alright, we need to add one more onto that. I loved the farmhand on Jeremy's farm show. Couldn't understand them, but could tell he was a jokester. What are you calling corn? Is this the British use where it's any sort of grain? Or were we talking about the North American maize? I was actually talking about the North American maize. We don't use it to refer to any type of grain, because like that's wheat. I suppose we do use cornfields to mean wheat fields often, which is weird now I think about it. You're quite right. But no, I was talking about maize, not corn. Now I think about it, there is sort of some truth in that for sure. But no, I was definitely talking about maize specifically, rather than other grains. Right, what are we doing here? We have made enough steel to make an aquatuner. Said aquatuner will allow us to boil water into steam. Where are we going to put it? 1, 2. Yeah, probably just going to do that. Right. You know, you are going to be an aquatuner box. Isn't that nice? I'm sure you're thrilled. Aquatuner. There's one. Oh, we need something for the aquatuner to aquatune to make the thing, and I don't have any stuff to put in the aquatuner that's not going to boil. I mean, because we could fill a thermoregulator with gas. Probably hydrogen. But, I don't really believe that it will produce enough heat. Wow, not having oil is a pain. Fair enough. What are we gonna use? Is my question. How hot are you? Glass. Still a bit hot. That's fine. We'll leave you off for a bit. Nutrient bars? And well, we can put them on the rocket. Seems alright. Come here, you. Let us change the consumables. Nobody eat the nutrient bars. Also, don't eat the muckroot. Because we can put that on the rocket as well. That's like 8 days worth of food. Maybe 9. Which isn't too bad. We should stop them eating hexlant as well. If we get any of that, we'd want that to go on the rocket. I mean, I think I would remind you that I mean, to be fair, jalapeno is not a word that would have been very common here until reasonably recently. But I would also point out that getting your language knowledge from Monty Python is a bit problematic because so much of it is also satire. Including a satire of the language quite a lot. What was I thinking? Right, I was trying to think about what we can put in this. What's it? In the aquatuna. What can I cool in the aquatuna? Because I need to cool something to produce the heat. And I don't have anything too cool to produce the heat. I've had a thought. That's not liquid. We could make some ethanol. That was why I was putting that one on as a postscript, yeah. I mean, I would have thought that, like, most people had encountered jalapeno by now. I would imagine that a lot of them say jalapeno. Still, because it's probably one of those things that here you see on menus and on pizzas and stuff like that way more than you would hear it said. So I wouldn't be surprised if people are confused about the exact pronunciation. The German letter, I don't know what the letter name is, but I know what it is, came into existence as a ligature of F, because it's long S, yes. The long S itself is not in use anymore. Yeah, interesting. We've probably got some lumber. 300 kilos of ethanol. If we could make 300 kilos of ethanol, we could probably put that in our aquatuna. So, how much lumber have we got? We've definitely got enough to start a little bit of ethanol. Alright. So then the next question becomes, where are we going to put ethanol? Because one of the ideas that we were going to do was to actually make ethanol anyway. That's why we're desperately trying to make these pips. Expand our trees. I mean, which is slow going, but, you know, one day. Because we were going to use the ethanol for power. To burn in petroleum boilers. I mean, I should probably make nuclear, but... not petroleum boilers, petroleum generators. Maybe we just jerry-rig some... no, actually, let's not say that. Maybe we should just set up some temporary ethanol production. Where are you? Refinement, ethanol distiller, chuck lumber in you. Oh yeah, grams, right, yeah. Chuck power in you. You give us polluted dirt, carbon dioxide, and heat. All of which is sort of fine. I do remember the CO2 products. I think I'm going to make a tiny bit Kasutkin. And then make a proper place for distilleries and indeed petroleum generators when we can cool them. Because the other problem is that ethanol distilling gets super, super hot quite quickly. So maybe we just ram one down, put a tiny bit into a thing, use that in our aquatuner, and then just leave it at that for the short term. We've run out of aluminium ore again. Wow. Here we go. Why don't you chop that up? Alright, you. Yes, you need a liquid output. Get in there. The problem with these headphones is they make my ears itch. I mean, it's not a problem with these headphones. It is a problem with all headphones. It's one of the more annoying aspects of this job, which I think I've talked about, that I really enjoy this job. It's probably the first job I've done that I've felt that I really enjoyed. However, it does make my ears itch quite a lot, which is, well, it's like having itchy ears, which I'm sure you can imagine is a bit aggravating. Do you just chuck it out into the atmosphere, don't you? Yes, you do. I thought so. You don't actually need a pipe to get rid of it. Oh, I see. Have we already brought some lumber? Thanks for that. Alright then. We'll make a little bit of ethanol. Well, what are you being powered off? Oh, these? Like, you don't need to be powered off that, almost certainly. I imagine you can probably get powered off these, to be honest. Oh, well, yeah, I see why. Okay, let's, Oh, we could deconstruct this. That will give us some of our, aluminium back. So let's get that deconstructed, for one thing. And then I think we might attach it to a big wire rather than a small one. I have the same problem with headphones. I have to take them off after a couple of hours. Itchy ears are a real thing. They are wrecked. They are a real thing. Also, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely day. Oh, hello. How insanely have we overpressurized this? Right. It's 17.3 kilos per tile. I think that's probably enough oxygen for now. I think it'll probably keep our dupe going for a little while. Once they're there. Yes, to be fair, these ones are slightly better. Because these ones are material here, they are slightly better than the sort of vinyl lined ones that I had before. Also, I haven't destroyed them and they aren't like coming off my head. What? I see you. I see you there. Excellent. Oh. Well, I mean, to be fair, you can now just feed in. Thank you for the follow, hee hee pop. It's lovely to see you. I hope you're having a great day. I'm glad that you are having an excellent day, Rect. How much more lumber do we have? We still have quite a lot of lumber. We don't really need very much. We'll just have to keep an eye on it. If it gets too... I mean, it's pretty hot there already. We'll see. We'll have to stop that fairly soon. I have both the leatherette and cloth headphones. The leatherette ones are more comfortable, but can't wear them as long. Wireless are the way to go. I have to say that I don't entirely see the point in wireless headphones. It's like wireless keyboards and wireless mice and all of that people like for their computing setups. Like, I'm literally sat exactly here pretty much all the time. I'm not taking my headphones or my mouse or my keyboard anywhere. So I've never been entirely convinced by having wireless ones. This one also has a massively long cable, which is interesting. Yeah. The only problem with this cable actually is that it's so long that I occasionally run over it with my chair. Which I would rather not do. But yeah, I'm sure there's a good reason. Otherwise, like, people wouldn't get them, and people do definitely get the wireless keyboard and mouse and all of that. But I've never entirely understood it. It's one of those things that I'm like, maybe there's a use case here that I just don't do. Because certainly for me, I mean, I'm only sat here. There doesn't seem to be any particular reason for me to have wireless utilities on my computer. You didn't either until you had them? It's nice to be able to move and not have the things dragged off your head because you forgot you were wearing them. You can go and make a tea and still listen to your music. I used to have, when I went to work in like a physical place, I did used to use headphones a lot, and I used to use wireless ones, and then it was really worthwhile. But that was partly because I used to get up a lot, you know. In my working day, because I worked in an office that was attached to a warehouse, there was an awful lot of, like, going to the warehouse for stuff. So then having wireless headphones was really good. The only problem being that the warehouse was too big, really, for wireless. So the only way I got excellent reception was actually to use radio frequency headphones. So I used to have a set of radio frequency headphones that I used at work. They were excellent until the point at which they died, which unfortunately they did. Sad times, but true. Right, I'm going to need a tapidizer to go with this. I mean, I wonder if we could have done it with, like, just water. If we were going to use a tapidizer with it. Oh, never mind. We've got a good range on the ethanol anyway. And considering the point is that we want to generate heat with the aquatuner rather than anything else, seems reasonable. Which way do I want it to go? Oh, I don't suppose I care that much, to be honest. I mean, I might care, but I can't be bothered to work out right now whether I care. I thought I made an extra bit of steel. Is it all because you've got it all in your hands, Dupes? Yeah, it is, isn't it? I can wear them all the way down to the mailbox in the lobby, and they don't cut out. They say 15 meters, but they work further than that. I think the problem with wireless in my old warehouse was not so much the range on the wireless headphones themselves, so much as the interference from the warehouse, whereas radio frequency dealt with that a lot better. But yes, I'm not really sure that that could sensibly be considered to be the wireless nature of the headphones' fault. Where are we going to put this tepodizer? Maybe next to it? Maybe we want to put the tepodizer like sort of here. Make a separate box for it there. The problem with that is how much power that is going to be. Because then we're running over a what's it line? The refined metal lines, whatever they're called. So we either make a joint plate, which is going to get really hot, or run two lines. We'll have to see. I don't want any of these dupes. Bye, dupes. Right. How are you getting on here, ethanol? I mean, let's have a look at the temperatures. That's what we're gonna base it on. Right. When the temperature here says 50, we're gonna turn this off and probably demolish it, so that we don't scald anyone. The other thing we could do is we could move these up a bit and have the dupes like come out here. And put the tepodizer like above. Oh, I don't want to move it. I'm going to put the tepodizer next to it. Having considered this conversation, I am going to put the tepodizer just next to it. And we've actually got more copper than we do, aluminum. Oh, nuts. Put the tepodizer next to the cool/geyser. I mean, there should be a tepodizer in here that I demolished some time ago and haven't bothered to rebuild, because theoretically the water in here should be nice and cool, but we've done so much refining that it's never quite worked out that way. One day. I remember my first play with aqua tuna. I boxed it up because I knew it will heat up, but I didn't think about when the heat would go, and it just melted itself. I think the first time I ever built one was because I'd found a water geyser. And I'm like, cool, clean water. But it comes out at 95. And I'm like, well, I know there's a thing that makes stuff cooler. Like it literally says, cools the liquid piped through it. So I was like, alright, so I'll just pipe it through this and it'll be a bit cooler. Obviously the same thing happened. It continually broke. And I didn't really understand why. And I'm not sure. I mean, this is definitely one of those things that I most certainly needed. What's the word? The internet for. Because I am not at all sure that I would ever have worked out what the problem was by myself. I think, yeah, without the internet to inform me how we can deal with the heat, I don't think coming up with the solution of putting a steam turbine above it would ever have like even occurred to me, to be honest. So these are certainly things that happen. Well, I've got this wheel here. I'd have to add 2 more wheels though, which is loads. The other thing I was thinking is that maybe we could burn some coal? I mean, I don't really want to do that. How are you doing batteries during the night? I mean, you seem to be completely fine. To be fair, we are currently, I think, only running this off it. Oh, and this, but like that isn't drawing any power. So there is that. Oh. This is all very awkward and moderately aggravating. How hot have you got? It hasn't actually heated up that much more than it was at. We'll keep an eye on it though. It definitely will heat up. And at some point a dupe will run past it and get scalded. And ideally, I know it's an unusual statement from me, but I would ideally prefer to turn it off before we store the dupes. Sorry. I'm largely being just, you know, being ridiculous. Because, like, this melts at 132. So, we can use it in the tepidizer room, but we can't ever use it in this room. But, you know, what else are we going to do with depleted uranium? Got to use it for something. Right. Do I want 2 gas pumps? I haven't left room for 2 gas pumps. No, there isn't sensibly anyway. So if I wanted 2 gas pumps, it's too late now. I mean, it isn't. We could do other things. But, I ain't gonna. Largely. We'll just have to fill it up slowly. How annoyed am I going to be by that decision in the future? I mean, the answer is probably very annoyed. Oh, fine. Fine, brain. We'll do it. Come on, then. We're going to move all this one further across, so I can put in an extra gas pump. And then we'll move this back. And then I will grump extensively about the entire malarkey. Because it must be said that doing these things without access to oil certainly qualifies as a malarkey. Like a doable malarkey, but nonetheless, certainly a malarkey. Where's my aquatuner? In utilities. So yeah, we're going to want the output on that side because we're going to head it initially towards the tepidizer. Bridge. Yep, that'll be fine. Bridge. Ouch. We'll run it up there so we don't run it back through the steam room. Where are we going to put a temperature sensor? I mean, that's the answer, isn't it? No, not the insulated pipe. I want to delete the ladder, and we can put a temperature sensor there. Hello, Corrix. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Oh! Liquid pipe thermosensor. Now, we can't build these ones out of stuff that will melt. Frankly. Well, I mean, we could build that one out of something that will melt. This one's probably not going to get very hot. But let's not. I mean, we could do. Oh, I'm really tempted now. Why not? Let's build it out of depleted uranium. Just for fun. Just because it entertains me to build things of depleted uranium. Can you please sweep this stuff out? I don't want there to be any stuff in here. I want a switch for this as well. We can put that like here. That'll be fine. So let's consider that, because we do want a switch for these. We could also just put the switch up here. Doesn't really matter where the switch is. Positioning of the switch, not necessarily a good big deal, but I do want a switch. Do I want a switch? Do I want to do something more complicated? Why do you think I still have 1200 steel? Where did that 1200 steel come from? Because, like... What have I rebuilt these out of? There we go, that's what it is. You see... So these are steel, but we've weirdly built the aquatuner out of iron ore. Well, I'm glad I looked at that. Because otherwise, you know, I wouldn't have noticed. And then our aquatuner would have melted. And I'd have been particularly aggravated about the whole thing. Not unusually, right? Do I want to put some sort of exciting automation on these pumps? I mean, I don't think I do. Oh, you know what? We're actually going to need this bit in it. Come here. We're actually going to need the extra level. So let's make this into ladders. We're going to run this like all the way up here, but then we're going to run it straight down here. We're going to deconstruct this bit. And the reason we need the extra level is because we also need to be able to restock this with water, because unlike a normal aquatuner box, we are not just going to use the heat in a steam turbine. We are going to be using it to put into a steam engine, which means we need to be replacing the steam we take out with new potential steam, which does mean that I cannot, in fact, make this out of depleted uranium, much as I might wish to, because it's actually going to be in the box. And that is not okay. Happy Nora, I think you earned a skill point. Congratulations. I thought you just liked thinking about automation. No, I quite like thinking about automation. It's just kind of complicated. Automation is not necessarily one of the things that aggravates me to think about. I'm just not always very good at it. And there's bits of automation that I don't think are necessarily worthwhile. Did you just tell me I don't have any igneous rock? I don't really know what to say about this. I don't think this really has any igneous rock, does it? No, it's all granite. If we want igneous, we have to dig out more of this. Unfortunately. Is any of this? Most of this is granite. Unfortunately, there's a bit of igneous. We are having some struggles with our basic resources. I mean, it's kind of one of the points of playing this. I mean, partly it's... I mean, we haven't got that much piping. We do have a selection of piping, but it's not really that much piping. I'm fairly aggravated now I realise that I left some piping going into this infinite storage, which is gas piping, which I'll never get back. I mean... that is for sure slightly disappointing. But I guess we'll live. Somehow. How hot is it down here? It's actually possibly cooler than it used to be. Weird. Alright then. Oh, speaking of, like, we can... I wonder what we're going to do, like, going forward. Definitely want to sever that for a minute. New printables are available. Sure. What do we got? What have we got in here? Waiting for one of the dupes to realise that there's oxygen masks for them to use. They're never going to do that, because they don't have to walk past them. So that, I mean, that's just not going to happen. We are going to take the Hexcellent Fruit to give to our astronaut. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's just not going to happen. Which is fair. I mean, it's partly my fault. Well, I mean, wholly my fault, really. But, I'm not going to change it at this stage. Right. Things that we do want... I need so much igneous rock, because I need to build more insulated, pipes of various sorts, because we are going to need a drop-off, probably there, so I can actually... I don't want to have to bridge out of here, because we'll carry the heat out. Is there anything I can do about that? I mean, no, we're just going to have to carry the heat out. We're just going to have to live with it. We won't be running these forever. Rimworld. But we will need insulated pipe, because the water I'm going to use is going to be this water from our infinite storage here, which noticeably is a bit hot. Oh, I don't want to make it of granite. Ideally. Is this granite? No, it isn't. Excuse me. Poor dupes. Your life is hard, I know. Right then. Let's see if we can find you some more igneous. Like there's some across here, so why don't you dig that up? There's a bit in here, so you could dig this up. And carry on to there, actually. I think we might have to move the hatch. I'm quite sad about it. but it might be time where we have to move the hatch. Or or just so I can keep the hatch. We could dig out this. Just because I want to keep the hatch. Jack, bigotry is when you are prejudiced against a group for no good reason. And you act like it. I mean, it's not just that you feel it, it's that you, express it in my chat. I mean, obviously in general. But, the specific problem is whether you express it in my chat or not. On this occasion. Also, welcome in. I hope you are having a good day. Now, in the short term, though this is an actual short-term thing, so we can make this out of, like, something that we've actually got, and we don't need to worry about it being insulated and stuff like that. We are gonna run a secondary pipe just to fill up this, so that the tepidizer has something to work on. Maybe I should change the chat message. People seem to find it complicated. Right. How are we doing in terms of what we've found? What are you made out of? Granite. I mean, that's less helpful. This is aluminum ore, though, which we're also running out of. So we could have some more of that. Yeah, indeed. Like, largely you can think what you want, but you're not free from the consequences of those thoughts, especially if you express them in public. I mean, I don't really know why that is a controversial issue. Because I'm pretty sure it shouldn't be. It should be pretty straightforward that, you know, life is not free of consequence. I mean, it would be quite cool. Imagine all the things I could do if life was free of consequence. I mean, mostly the things I would do would be stay in bed. It wouldn't be very complicated things. It would be stay in bed and still get money. That would be nice. But unfortunately, consequence is what it is. Right, you. What is the bridge? Doesn't have an output. That's fine. The bridge doesn't have an output. You're quite right, game. That is indeed true. Does anyone know where it's going to be? Also, they're not going to be able to build that. We have to bring it up here, so that they can build it. There's no point putting it somewhere they can't build it. That's not going to work out. Have you run out of places to put this? No. You're just not bothering to put it anywhere. That is fine. We are, in fact, going to run 2 switches, because I am going to set up a little vent, like there, which I'm also going to control with a switch. I can control you with a switch, can't I? Yes. Just so that I can vent any excess in the pipes once we fill the engine. Because otherwise we're going to break the pipes. That is why. Right, you do that. I tell you what, though. I can do the thing that I really want to do, which is build automation out of depleted uranium. since it doesn't produce any heat. And it should be fine. Alright then. So that is mostly it, apart from power, which is a whole other thing. Because we'd need to run them on 2 separate power lines. Which means 2 transformers and all that nonsense. I mean, I largely don't understand what you're talking about, Sonic One. What's the temperature here? I mean, it's gonna get warmer, but can probably live with it. It's also impossible. It's also possible that I didn't read very closely any of the stuff about the plush, on the grounds that my thoughts were, I don't need more stuff in my house. I want to deconstruct that. I probably do want to deconstruct that for now. Because otherwise it's going to be in the way of filling this one. Right, you lot. Got this handy pipe here. We can join up. And we can flip that switch. Oh, I never finished my sort of rejig of how this worked. So we can definitely deconstruct this bit. Actually, we'll just deconstruct all of it. And I'll bring this across. Cheers. There we go. There's a brand of tissues called Puffs, and they have a style called Puffs Plus. That's a puffed plush. I mean, are you sure? Like, I guess the question is, how well known is this brand in Canada that they would be making that pun? Because I've never heard of it. Much more a reflection of what the person hates in you surrounding live than a specific ideal or person on surroundings. I don't think I understand, Kasuken. Can you rephrase? We turned that on, right? Why is your pipe blocked? Oh, I see why your pipe's blocked. It's because I'm an idiot. Usual reasons. Usual reasons. That is completely fine. We can be relaxed. You've never heard of Puff Plus? Yeah, because Clay are Vancouver-based, aren't they? Like apparently half the games industry these days. Apparently you have excellent incentives for send a green signal if it's below like 30, I guess. That'll be fine. Yeah, I think you have excellent incentives. Like, I think someone told me they're state incentives rather than federal incentives in Canada, which is one of the reasons why they're so good, because the Canadian states wind up competing against each other for the tech people to move in, like games developers and stuff like that. I think that's what someone told me, and like, it seems to make sense. I mean, to be fair, that someone might have been partner, and if that is so, then they would have heard it from the head of a games development studio in Canada. So, you know. Provinces. What is this supposed to do? Chthonic 1, this is going to make steam. That is what this is going to do. This is going to make steam. We are going to put a bunch of water in here. We're going to run the aquatuner with an ethanol loop through the tepidizer so that we can, you know, counteract the cooling with some warming. And make steam. You're in Ontario. I see. I think Claire Vancouver, but I certainly wouldn't swear to that. You call them provinces. Okay. I'll try and remember. I promise nothing, though. So yes, that is our plan. Let's see, you're probably right. Fair. Power. That's what I was thinking of. And I was thinking about making a transformer. One of these ones. Which I guess we'll make out of aluminum. Because that's what I've got. Frankly. So that's kind of the way it works. And then we are going to run this into these. Like so. Which still leaves the question of how we're going to power this tepidizer. Which is a moderate problem. Yeah, this has already become a vacuum, so we can't put it up here. It won't have an atmosphere. Printables. What do we got? We've got a poke shell. We don't really want any more poke shell. What else have we got? A nyctophobic? Probably not. Someone who only knows about rocketry. And somebody who cannot dig. We don't want any of you. I guess we'll take the poke shell. I'll need to put it somewhere. Sure. Let's take the poke shell and we'll try and find somewhere to put it. I don't know when we're going to put it. Oh, well, I've taken it now, so I have no choices. Yeah, I don't know where we're going to put this poke shell, frankly. Possibly a tactical error there. I see you're all waiting to use the phone. I'm still not absolutely thrilled about how the phone, like, kind of overrides all their other recreation, like, wants. And they're just always super excited about the phone. Right, hang on. Hang on, cancel some of that. I'd like to deconstruct this and this. Then I'd like to go to the power overlay and deconstruct the rest of this. Hang on, people are saying many things. Also, Amethyst Wolfie Cat, welcoming. Sometimes, people sometimes experience and don't learn how to react to it. some avoid or fight this feeling or situation. If another person, action, or thinking mess, if you... I believe it's more about reflection, more about yourself than the other. Quite possibly. Still remember the first time I experienced bookshelves? I had them by my pod and the massacre I had when I trained my dupes. Indeed, it is obviously a comment on society. So there's a free game on Steam and I thought, free game, I'll download it. It's over 100 gig. What sort of free game is this? That it's over 100 gig? Pretty sure I don't have anything that's that big. Seems a lot. Is I think what I would say to that. Definitely seems a lot. Right, let's dig this up. And we're gonna make a tile. Granite will be fine. And we're gonna put another one of these here. Now, how short of aluminum were we? We can maybe make some. Can't make very much. It's free if you have an account, and you can add it to your account for the next couple of days. After that, not free. Oh, I see. Fair enough. I just, with Epic, I just add them to my library, but don't download them. Scalding. Here? Oh, because this water's really hot. Yeah, no, that's reasonable. This water is very hot. You're quite right. Sorry, dupes. That having been said, right, what we can do is... Can we do this? I think so. I think I've built it all. So I think we can seal up this side. And then we can get them to build the rest from on top. How's it going with the rockets? Slowly, Annabelle. I hope that your meeting went well. Playing free Epic games reduces the ONI time. Yeah, no, with the Epic Games Store, I just add them to my library, but don't actually download them. If there are free games that I want. That is my preferred way to do that. Let's get rid of this. Dupes, we don't need that anymore. I do kind of need you to build one over here again, though. I know you might not like that. I think it said that they couldn't reach it. Which poke shell are we fleeing now? This one's still tiny, so it's not that one. It can't be these two, because they're not mad. Did we go in here to fetch something, maybe? It might have been down here. Might have been this one we were fleeing. There are a bunch that require fleeing from. I think what we can do is this. I claim them. I think I played one. Yeah, I'm not sure I've actually bothered to download any of them. I also forget that I have Epic a lot of the time. Which is, like, kind of a shame, because sometimes they have really good free games. Not necessarily ones that I would spend loads of time playing, but certainly ones that are pretty good. They had one game at Christmas that you wanted? They had City Skylines for free. Pretty much anything that you can have an account with has City Skylines for free, or at least the base game. Is my experience of that. I'm pretty sure the Microsoft Store does, and the Xbox Game Pass does. And EA Origin, when it existed, I don't think it actually exists anymore. Nora, don't just stand there. Get out of the scalding. I see your face. I see you being like, oh no, I'm scalding. Let me stand in the scalding water for a minute. Because of course that's what you're doing. Pathfinder? Oh, I think I've heard of it. But yes. 100 gigs seems a lot. I mean, I suppose they can continue putting the oxygen in there. I mean, how? Alright. Let's think about physics here. Let's have a little think about how pressure works. Like, even in this game, these tiles could combine. There's, like, no reason why these tiles can't combine, right? So, like, why are they just living there at, like, stupidly low pressures when there is 18 kilos of oxygen on top of them? Per tile. Not in total. Per tile. Oh, it had an adventure card game thing. I think that might be why I've heard of it, actually. I mean, is this just me? It feels like that shouldn't be the way it works. I would like to put all of these in here. We can put this up to a 7. That is a thing we could be doing. Right, how are we getting on with this? Please, sweep. Actually, can you sweep this fairly urgently? Because then I can seal some of this up. Yes, I know, Nia, but you've done a very good job there. Congratulations. Right. Now I'd like you to build all of this. Oh, we've run out of igneous rock again. Struggle. Game's a struggle bus. I mean, it's going to take Neo a really long time to bother to go in there and dig that up, considering their priority down on digging anything up. We should be able to get that one. We should be able to reach across. Humble Bundle has some good deals on games. They had Planet Tournament Enhanced and Icewind Dale Enhanced for pretty much nothing Canadian. They are 20-year-old games, but I have not played them. What was I thinking? Oh, I was thinking about Humble. Like, I really like the idea of it, but the problem is that there are only so many games that I'm interested in playing. Because of the sort of games I like, that is a reasonably small subset of games. So I just don't find those offers super worthwhile. I've bought a couple of things off Humble when they've had good deals on a thing I have wanted, and that's always nice to do. But apart from that, if it is a little bit complicated to what's the word? I don't know. Yes, it's a little bit complicated because I don't like that many games. Which is obviously not the fault of the games in any sense. We're just going to have to push this out now, aren't we? We're just going to have to put loads of water in it. I mean, the advantage is that at least this water's pretty hot. So that is a Hello, my mom. Welcome in. I hope you are well. Hard to play and talk at the same time. I mean, it's hard for me to talk, let alone play and talk. Requires way too much energy. And concentration. Right, how are you doing down here? We have run out of lumber. That seems a perfectly good point to demolish you, since you were only ever temporary. We can also deconstruct these. And indeed all of this, which will reclaim us some resources, of which we are short. Excellent. And then we're going to run some ethanol in there. I think we're probably going to use this pipe for the ethanol when we finish filling this up. So, I'm going to wait until we filled this up, and then I'm going to reuse this pipe. And just break it off, like, before this bridge, and bridge it into here so it fills the loop. That is my plan. Is it a good plan? Who knows? It's the one I've got. How much food have we got on here now? Is that all of that? I think it might be. It's a few days worth. What is it? It's like... Isn't it a gram is a calorie normally? Or is that not how it works? Oh, sorry. Pressed the wrong button. Oh no, it's 4,000 calories for... What was it? 2 kilos? Don't take it away. Put it back in there. They'll come back with it. Oh, I don't know. Whatever. I was going to type any plan is better than no plan, but actually that's not true at all. Indeed. I wouldn't advise that as the way forward, to be honest. Right. Can you overpressure plants? This is going to be the next question of the day. Can we overpressurize our plants? Because we're going to have a hanging pot in here. If I can remember where hanging pots are. Because you may remember that I wanted to make this into a great hall rather than just a mess hall for the additional morale. But we are going to have a recreational building and a decor item. Tell me have mystery bus tours. I mean, I'm pretty sure I would never go on a mystery bus tour, so possibly that doesn't work for me. Right. Hello, I would like to turn that off. Cheers. This is why we have a switch. I'd also like you to demolish that. Lovely. Do we think we can sweep this stuff up? It looks like... Marie! Neo. The others did it in good time, mate. Stop that. You have not done it in good time. We can still sweep it. There we go. Hello, Neo. Welcome in. It was not the true Neo, it was Neo who was making that ridiculous decision on this occasion. I hope you're having a good day. That example gave me an odd feeling of nostalgia for the Lemmings game. Real Neo knows better. Or is possibly just more lazy. No, now they can't reach this, unfortunately. Do you know what you could do, though? You could deconstruct that. Because then you're going to be able to reach it. Yeah, see. Then you can reach it. Well done. Right. Now you can build those back in. And now it's time to get some ethanol. Ethanol. Right. We are briefly going to break that off. And put it down there instead. We got some new printables. Duplicate skills. Well, we're here now. Leofar. Do we need you to have any more farming? Possibly not. Let's give you double improved carry. Nora, you can also have some improved carry, but then we might have to leave you alone for a bit, given our morale issues. Marie, you should definitely become a mechatronics engineer. Not that I think I've built a single piece of mechatronics yet in this game. They had Fallout 3 on Epic recently, and they just fixed all the bugs, stopping working within Win 10, 11? Plays right out of the box. Oh, within Windows 10 or 11. Plays right out of the box, no need to fiddle with it. I mean, I didn't play it. My brother was a big fan, actually, of 3. I think he liked 3 best. Farming, supplying, suit wearing, but is a plant murderer. So no. Let's have an oxyphone. I still don't know what I had to do all kinds of stuff to get New Vegas to run. I see. Alright then. So, that's sorted. So we're also going to sever this connection there. And we are going to build a line. This line actually doesn't need to be in anything complicated. It can just be in... what's it? Granite. There we go. And then we're going to use our ethanol from this lovely tank, into which we shoved a load of ethanol. It's Zway. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Scythist. Hello there. Playing Bethesda games without bugs is like watching Wipeout when no one falls in the water. I mean, I also don't play as many games as I would like and spend more time watching them. Oh, I know what it is. It's the stupidest mechanic ever. Apparently it doesn't even have to be real. You could put it of Mafic. You could put it of an element that you don't have, a mineral that you don't have, but as long as the thing thinks you want to build a pipe segment in its input pipe, it will output. I mean, is it only me that thinks that's ridiculous? What the hell? What's going on in here? The ethanol's too hot. Oh, because the water's too hot. Oh, well, that's an interesting problem, isn't it? That is an unexpected but interesting problem. Right. In which case... let's just deconstruct the bridge takes ages. Let's both deconstruct the bridge and get them to do that. Then we're going to have to sort this out. Ethanol boils at 75. Indeed, that is the issue. Because the water here is a bit too hot. Unfortunately for the ethanol. I mean, you don't need to do that anymore. So, we need to let the ethanol gas out of there and repair the pipes. A lot of times the person has a kick-ass computer that plays games that your system wouldn't play very well. Woohoo! Hello! Well, that's an exciting explosion. I have enjoyed that. Look how pretty it is. It's always the advantage of ethanol. It's very pretty. Who's scolding? I think it's Abe who's scolding a tiny bit, but they're only scolding a tiny bit, so we won't worry about it too much. Annabelle, don't just stand about there in the scalding ethanol, eh? How are we going to cool this water down? How are we going to cool this water down? That's a lot of booze just washing around. I mean, it is. To be fair though, I would advise you don't aerosolize your alcohols. It's probably not the ideal solution. Oh, you probably need to take that somewhere so that it stops boiling. I mean, no, it's not. Well, I suppose it's vaguely hot here. What do you boil at? Let's check. I think you might be right that it's 75. No, it's 80. It's not until 80, pretty much. So this shouldn't be a re-what's-it-ing. So I shouldn't have to worry about that. We just have to worry about the ethanol that's in the air condensing. Oh look, there's a tiny bit here. That's the problem. It's the bit that's here. Is it coming out of the... No, because it can't come out there. It's literally just here. I wonder if it's because you're falling onto this. What can I do about that? The evaporating ethanol should cool the water down. I mean, it doesn't seem to be doing a very good job, to be honest. I have to say. Not doing a fantastic job of that, in any sense. Hang on. What have I selected to deconstruct? Yeah, I knew it was something completely random that wasn't what I meant to be. What do you mean they can't reach that? They definitely can reach that. Don't talk nonsense. See? Hello, Iron. Welcome in. I hope you are having a good day. Where did all this come from? Where did all this come from? Let's have a look at the temperature. Well, I suppose it's a bit boily. It's just not that boily up here. Nothing, like, above this should be vaporizing ethanol. I mean, the water is hot enough to vaporize ethanol, but nothing else is hot enough to vaporize ethanol. Oh, thank you, Happy Nora. Iron, you saw Zebra Pig on that TikTok video, which is a great one. Zebra Pig hosts me on their channel when they are not live. I'm Max. This is the Max Not Binary. We play a lot of base building and strategy games, but if you would like to check out Zebra Pig's response to going viral on TikTok and all of that excitement, you can check out the VODs on her channel or on her YouTube channel, which has the same name, handily. But you're also very welcome here to hang out with us. I hope that helps. Where are we going to put this ethanol? So I think we could do with moving this ethanol somewhere else. Have I got anywhere I can pour some ethanol? Cool. Where can we pour some ethanol for a minute? Where it won't get everywhere. I mean, we could pour it in here. There we go. Oh, except we can't get in there. That's not going to work. Plan doesn't work. Plan is faulty. Faulty plan. I don't know where we can pour that ethanol, to be honest. But, like, it definitely seems to keep, like, re-vaporizing and recondensing, which I don't think it largely should be able to do. What if... I have an idea. What if we put an airflow tile in here? Because that might successfully let the ethanol out so that we can mop it and not let it back in to touch the water. We still need to find a solution for how we are going to make the water cool enough so that this doesn't happen again. But this might be a solution for how we sort it out. I mean... Game? Oh, I see. You keep turning into a liquid there and flashing again. Well, surely when you're a gas, you should... I don't know. Well, it was try. It was an attempt. I mean, the other thing that we could do, though this might not work, because it'll leave the bottle there and we don't have anywhere to put it. Because the other thing we could try and do is mop it. I mean, maybe we could also just try and cool the water. What do we think? How are we going to cool stuff down? I tell you what we can do. Right, you. Come here. Let's deconstruct this. I've got a different plan. We'll actually pump this water out, move it somewhere else, and we'll put cooler water in. That's what we're going to do. We're going to start from scratch. Rather than trying to sort of fix this as we go along, which seems unduly complicated, we will... yeah, well, that was always going to happen, unfortunately. We're going to do a slightly different thing, which is we're just going to put, like, a pump in. And, I don't really... Oh, no, I can put this water in space. Whatever. Whatever. It's not very important. We can waste a little bit of stuff. Where's the power? It's pretty close. As a chronic restarter, I think this is an excellent plan. I'm glad that you think so. I mean, you are here assisting, so that is good to see. I still never worked out anywhere where we could sensibly throw the ethanol, did I? Well, these aren't going to grow because there's no salt water up here anymore. So let's make a tiny cavern for ethanol. There we go. Right. Liquid ethanol. Let's go. Get with the mopping, dupes. That's it. This can just get dropped into space over there. That's it. You pick up some of that ethanol and take it away. That will also be helpful. to admit, I sometimes, like, I'm interested that you all like to come and watch me play ONI. Because I sometimes feel that it is a much better sort of YouTube game than it is a stream game, because you don't have to watch all these bits, frankly. Yeah, I don't really care that you're overheating, to be honest. You can just live with that for a bit. If you break, we'll just pour some cold water in. I mean, Erect, it was on sale, wasn't it? And then you didn't buy it. You enjoy watching the entire process? I guess that's the thing. But I always find it quite interesting. I mean, I do watch a bit of Oxygen Not Included on streams, but not loads, to be fair. Personally enjoy streams for the person who plays them, rather than what the gameplay is. I generally feel that way as well, to be honest. I find that with some streamers, like, what they play matters only because it affects how their interaction goes. So, like, some games just require more attention, and, you know, the streamer is less able to be chatty and stuff like that. These are the fun parts, fair. And stuff like that if depending on what they're playing. So that's certainly something that will cause me to not watch a streamer I enjoy play a specific game. It's not necessarily because I don't like the game, it's just because they're less interesting during that particular sort of gameplay. Sticking a liquid vent on a cantilever into space is oddly amusing to me. I mean, I just wanted to get rid of the stuff, to be honest. And I couldn't be bothered to do something else with it. Right, how are we doing here? The next thing we're going to do is we're going to deconstruct this. We're going to build yet another water bottle, and we're going to manually fill this with water from this liquid pump here, which we are going to enable. You don't have water bottle enabled, do you? Oh, also I've turned you off, so that's completely fine then. Also, hello, Arisia. I hope you are having a good day. And to you, Regian. But no, you are all definitely right that streamer can be more important than game. Enable the auto bottle with that, and let's turn it up, because we want this done. And then we probably want you deconstructed. Yeah, there's not actually that much water in any of these anymore, so I reckon we can certainly cool it just by adding some cooler water. You having a good day? I am glad to hear it. It is Friday, if that matters to you. As discussed, it doesn't necessarily matter to me. I mean, it does mean that I'm not streaming for a couple of days, but I mean, that's not a huge drain on my resources. It is also entirely possible that I will spend the commensurate amount of time that I would have spent streaming sat here playing games anyway. And as my brother said to me, having watched the stream, there isn't actually a lot of difference between just sitting in a room with me and watching me play a game and watching me stream. Because I do tend to narrate everything anyway. Only real exception is when the game feels too overwhelming sensory-wise, like a very fast-paced shooter or something. In that case, I may absolutely adore the streamer, but I still have to get out of there. Yes. I think I've talked about it before, that there's a streamer I quite like, but he sometimes plays balloons, which is not necessarily a game that I don't think I would find interesting, because, like, it has some interesting sort of strategic elements, and also I quite enjoy some of those sorts of games. But the problem is that there's, like, the noise of it is just completely unbearable. I just can't cope with the noise it makes. So I can't watch him when he does that because I just can't cope with the noise. Which is a shame because, like, if there's a new Bloons update, he's definitely going to be playing it, which always winds up with a little bit where I'm like, nope, not going to your channel. Whereas I don't necessarily find the same thing with some of, like, the visually overwhelming ones. So he also played, like, Vampire Survivor when that was everywhere. Oh, that's not a good one. Right, hang on. And I didn't have the same problem with Vampire Survivor at all. That was fine. Because the noise was fine. But Bloons I just can't cope with. I know it's a bit hot. We're working on making it less hot, to be fair, Neo. But we also have to work on, like, this not immediately breaking when we restart it. So yeah, the visual ones aren't really too much of a problem for me. But the I think it's actually kind of cool enough here now for us to rebuild this. Like, you're definitely off, right? Send a green signal if it's above that. I mean, we're gonna want it to be if it's below, like, minus 100. Because I don't want this turning on while we're filling this loop up. Thanks. Got enough problems without you starting Aquatuner. But I think we can rebuild this. Let's get this swept out, please, people. Or indeed duplicants, not quite people. The slight weird differences between people and duplicants. We are going to put back in the tepidizer. Now. Yes, we appear to be running this round without it catching fire in any way, which is handy. That's what we like to see. Abe, maybe don't stand there. Have you considered not standing there, mate? Right, let's deconstruct these two. I think we need those. I'm gonna do a thing now, which is completely pointless. But, as we have this open, and I can. Oh, you can't get in there to do that? Sad times. Don't worry then. Don't worry. I'll live. Sweep this up. Any tips on early renewable resources? Thank you for the follow. Creamy yummy cookies. I mean, probably. Which types of resources are you struggling with? Are you playing the DLC? And this will help me out. And then the answer is probably yes. I can give you some tips. Let us chuck in a tepidizer. They got funded. I'm not surprised. They weren't very far off yesterday, Arisia, when I looked. Did they have any stretch goals on it? I don't think they really did they? Because they were kind of already sort of there with it before they put it up as a Kickstarter. In terms of what you're looking for early game, I would say that renewable water is absolutely the most important resource in the game. With renewable water you can make oxygen, you can make food, and once you have oxygen and you have food, the only thing that you need to deal with after that is temperature. and then your dupes will stay alive. Stretch goals. Playing the DLC, I'm not quite sure what the renewables are except the geysers. Fair enough. So on the DLC, if you're playing the small maps, you are going to be a lot more resource constrained. We have been running into problems with like metal ores and stuff like that being missing. But yes, my early game tip for everyone always is water is your gateway to pretty much everything. Especially in the DLC actually, because in the DLC you will have at least one slush geyser. It might be this one, or it might be the cool salt slush geyser. But that also means that as well as oxygen, so you can see what I've done here, where, ignore that bit. This setup here filters this water and it goes into my electrolyzer here to make oxygen base. So that's the first thing that water does. Second thing that water does, the second thing that the cool slush does, is it controls your temperature. Because it comes out cold, you can use it to immediately deal with the heat you generate from oxygen. And most of your other heat you can sort of deal with a bit slower. So in your early game, find your slush geysers. They will help a lot. They'll also provide food. If you clean the water, you can feed bristle blossoms. Depending on which one you're starting on, bristle blossoms are a great food source in the early game, and they only take light and water. Foods for your dupes, if you are not using those. Mealwood is fine, but I actually don't recommend it once you get over the initial thing. I would normally recommend going for hatches. They're not as good in the DLC as they used to be because of running out of resources. You might run out of rocks to feed them, but you can also feed them a bunch of other stuff. And they will feed your duplicants very effectively. So, ranching hatcheries. To be fair, my new favourite food in terms of renewable resources, which I can't show you because I don't actually have any on either of these maps, are the pacu. The fish are amazing because you only have to feed very few of them to create a farm where they will infinitely replenish. So pacu are definitely one of my great things. In terms of other renewable resources, interestingly, the thing that you need to hoard a bit more in this game, in the DLC, is your metal ores and your rocks. Because these are a bit harder to replace, and you're probably going to be needing to do space mining to replace them. Like, you're just going to be building everything out of them in the beginning, but they are slightly more difficult to replace. But when you go to space, you will get access to planets like this, which have all of these metal volcanoes. You can use that to have infinite metals. So that's always really helpful. I don't think this one has anything super helpful. Well, it has oil, which is sort of great. So yeah, those are sort of like some early thoughts. If you have more specific questions, please feel free to ask. How much water have we got in here currently? We'll put a tiny bit more in. Right, but I'm going to take a very swift break because I heard partner come home and I'm going to go and say hi. And then I will be back. We'll leave it on a slow speed. We'll save it off. And you can keep an eye on the duplicants for me. Hopefully they don't make too much trouble. No worries at all. I hope they help. And yeah, if you have anything specific that comes up, feel free to ask. Or have an ask in the Discord. I know you can still hear me. Where there will usually be someone around to help you. Right, I'll be right back, chat. I'm back. How are the dupes doing here? I don't seem to have done anything terrible. How are we doing with this? This has plenty of water in, so I think we'll let Amelia pour this last bit in, and then we'll seal this back up. Our ethanol is going around merrily without catching fire, so that's a good sign. Who knows, maybe one day we will actually be able to produce steam. You're all okay, I'm glad to hear it, Annabelle. Right. Let's seal this up, deconstruct that. We can also actually reconnect this now. So I don't think there's any reason to worry about the idle notification made you nervous. No, it's fine. They don't really have quite enough to do at the minute. Because we don't have loads of... because we don't have any ranching, and actually not that much farming. Like, they keep running out of stuff to do. We also don't have any industry. So a lot of the things that Dupes would do, like, all the time, are just not really happening. Okay, so that's full. Yeah, it definitely looks completely full. So I reckon we can get them to Did anyone know that? Oh, Abe, stop hanging out. Abe, move. Don't stand at the checkpoint. Wow, that offends me so much. Look, it's not a safe area. There's no good reason for them to stand here. It's really frustrating. Yes, what I was going to say is that deconstruction progress is remembered. Because it only took like a moment to finish deconstructing that bridge. Because we'd nearly deconstructed it before I stopped deconstructing it. I don't think I've ever known that deconstruction progress is actually retained in the thing that you then stopped deconstructing. Maybe I'm the only one who's interested by that, but I thought that was quite interesting. Right, we are gonna sever this off here, and then we're gonna just run this ethanol back into our pot of ethanol here. We might even at some point try and transfer that ethanol into here, but that's hardly a priority. It must be said. Oh, we can speed up again. You've done it? You have. Very well done, Dupes. Right, let's connect that back up. All of this can run out of these pipes. And then in due course we'll be able to reconnect it to our infinite water storage to fill this. Which leads us back to, what are we taking? What are we taking, and what am I going to forget that we should be taking that is going to result in our immediate death? So, if you were going to another planet, what would you want to have with you? Bearing in mind that we don't have a lot of stuff. Including a lot of the things that we'd normally want to take with us, like steel reserves, plastic reserves, exosuits, all of that sort of thing. Which is why we have to go to the other planet. No, you're allowed sleeper, I don't want you. I mean, no. No, I'm not having you. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but I'm still not having you. Frankie. No. No, I'm going to take the steel. Maybe if you weren't up against steel, I might have been more tempted. Alright then. How is this glass getting along for temperature? It is not going to set fire to the rocket. A book entitled How to Survive on Another Planet. Thanks, Annabelle. You are, as ever, full of useful tips. I'm not sure the duplicants can read. Do we see them read anything? That's a thought. I'm not sure they can read. I'm not sure there's any writing in the game that's like dupe focused. Always happy to help. I am glad. Like, what would they read? I mean, maybe there's writing on their computer screens. I suppose that vaguely constitutes writing. Oh no, there's books here. So assumably they can read. Unless they're picture books. But assumably the dupes can read. Where are we with research? We are back to rad research, so we do need to turn this back on again for a bit. There were signs in the old Gravitas buildings. Yeah, but that just suggests that Gravitas can read. And I would say that lore suggests that they are not, in fact, the duplicants. That they are the originals. But yeah, apparently the original science station has some books. So we will give them the benefit of being able to read. Right. I would like you to put all the steel we have. Oh no, apparently I can't even... Oh no, because it's... Despite being a refined metal, it's a manufactured material. Put all of that in there. What else would we want to take with us? So I have a question about whether we want to have an oxygen mask. For them to wear outside. I think they should have it. And we've got the rover to get us underground. So, and to be fair, if we send down the rover, because we'll send down the rover first, and if it's completely inhospitable, we'll just have to come home and try again. Is the way that's going to be. I don't necessarily want any of that. We don't need to take any critters. Dirt. We might want to take some dirt, otherwise we might not be able to fill the outhouse. So we'd definitely like to take some dirt. We probably... Hang on. Let's set this one up to take dirt for a minute. Cultivatable soil, dirt, but we only want to take about 5 kilos, do we? How much do you take per... You take 200 per refill. No, we don't want to take 5 then. We want to take like 3 refills? No, let's go a bit more. Let's take a ton. Let's take a ton. That should be fair. What do you mean these are access restricted? Weird. Let's turn them up a little bit as well. Okay, so we'll take some dirt, because we'll need some dirt for the toilet. That's what I was doing. I was actually checking down. You're not trapped, are you? There's just someone stood at the thing again. Sand? Probably not. There will also be some. I reckon we need to take at least some metal ore with us. Much as I'm not very excited to do so. I mean, there will be some, but I want some just in case I need to build something in the rocket as much as anything else. So, let's drop that on the floor. And instead take a ton of aluminium ore. We might actually want to take 2 tons of aluminium ore if we can. I don't even know if we've got 2 tons of aluminium ore. But we can try. The other thing I would like to do is rocket telescope. Right, we need a power outlet. There? I mean, I guess that is fine. You're not really trapped. It's a lie. You're lying to me, game. It's not true. What am I looking for? Wires. That's what I want. Right, we want some wires. We'll want to power that. We don't need to power the fridge, so we don't need to worry about that. But we do need to be able to get that in. We also need to build somewhere a recreational building. There we go. Iron ore? Is that because we don't have any aluminium? Build it out of copper instead, thanks. What have I built this? Yeah, this wire is iron, look. Speaking of books. Oh, Lord. Alright, give me a little bit. And I will have a think. Yes, we can certainly do a book recommendation. I'll just have to have a think about it. Stop standing in the checkpoint. Neo, what are you doing? Move. Get out of the way. What are you lot doing? Very strange. Okay, so we've got a party line phone. Whenever it's convenient. We'll have a little think and I'll come up with something. So that should turn this room into a great hall. So at least they'll get a +6 for that, which, you know, will do. Oh, what happened to the oxygen? What happened to the gases? Oh, look, now it's compressed up into one thing. Weird. Must have been something about there being a block here. I mean, that doesn't make a lot of sense, but sure. We have managed to get it to compress into one thing, which is good. It made quite a big difference to what the pressures were in here, to be fair. Right, we need to chop up some more aluminium ore, because Dupes are struggling. Sure. To make stuff, because they haven't got enough stuff. And that's not good enough. Can't have not enough stuff. Right, that's still doing the thing that it's supposed to do. You can... A thing we probably should be doing is turning on the aquatuner. So that... Oh, so that we can start making the steam. That's the thing. So that we can actually just start making the steam already. So, if the temperature of this ethanol is above... How cold can we get ethanol? Ethanol? Can there be a way to click on it? Oh, there's ethanol here. There should be a way to click on it here. Ethanol. Right, properties. Freeze point minus 114. So actually we could even turn it to just above. My humble bundle has gotten confused. I changed my email to my full first and last name compared to my short full name and last name. It notifies me of the purchase on one and notifies me that I have a game on the other, and I can't change it anywhere. That is slightly aggravating. So, you can certainly be on if it's like above minus 90. And we'll get that going. And then you are set to, if this goes below 30, which assumably it should, because we're going to be running cool ethanol through there, the Devidizer will come on to fight against it. Right, let's have a look in here. Lovely, we've managed to build this, we've managed to fill this with aluminium. Excellent, which we can now throw on the floor. Other things we might want to take... some rocks. I mean, there's always rocks. I suppose we might want some rock, just in case we need some rock. Let's take, say, 10 kilos of granite. 10 ton of granite, rather. Just in case we want some rock for something. And that's kind of it. I think that's going to be what I take. I bought Vampire the Masquerade Coteries of New York for $1.37. And now I'm broke. I definitely know that feeling. I never played any of the Vampire the Masquerade. Is it the games, or is it the tabletop RPG stuff? Not tabletop. Well, kind of tabletop. The RPG stuff. Because I did, I think I played the tabletop RPG a couple of times. But I've never played the computer games based on it. Alright, you full? You are. Lovely. We could maybe take a little bit more steel. Should we make some more steel? No, that's not the button I was looking for. It's the game, it's a text kind of thing. Ah. Interesting. What was I thinking of? Oh, I know what I was thinking of. How cold is it in here, by the way? Nice and chilly. We only actually have enough to iron to make 1 bit of steel. I think we'll try and make a little bit more than that. I'm gonna try and make a whole... gonna try and take a whole ton of steel. I enjoy a good visual novel every now and then. A bit of a challenge to find a good one sometimes, but worth the effort. Yeah, I've not really played many of them. There was a streamer I used to watch ages ago who used to play loads of the visual novel games and like the walking sims and stuff like that. And she was always a really interesting watch. Like, I don't think I would ever have wanted to play any of the games that she played, but certainly they were interesting to watch. It was quite a good, it was actually quite a good format for streaming. The only problem being that, like, the narrative is tricky if you come in the middle, because they're often quite narrative driven. My first video game was Pong, but my first computer game was Infocom's Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. We definitely had that as well. We also had the, it wasn't the Lord of the Rings, I think it was The Hobbit. There was a text-based adventure for The Hobbit as well. That I'm pretty sure we played when I was smallish. Yes. Right. So we're going to put a bit more steel in here, and then I'm going to build the... Oh, that's a thing. What are we going to build the, what's it out of? Because I might want to build that out of steel as well. We'll see about it. What are you all doing? No, we were waiting for this to fill up again. It's fine. I don't really care about rust. But I don't care about any of these dupes either. I don't think I've heard of either of those, Annabelle. But as I say, I've always been a little bit... like, I've been quite limited. I've never... This is probably as involved with games culture, both in terms of just, like, paying attention to what is out there, as I've ever been. Maybe a little bit where I subscribe to Edge magazine. That used to keep me abreast of what was actually going on. But, yeah, apart from that, I've never really, like, spent loads of time, you know, really knowing what the games were, even. Especially for PC gaming. Like, for a long time it was really difficult to find out what the good PC games were. Which I now really want to go download somewhere. Do you reckon you can still get them? There's usually people who try and make like emulators and stuff for a lot of that. Soccerman, you'd probably recognise if you saw it. It's a very old, simple puzzle style game where you have to push boxes through a maze without getting them stuck. Oh yeah, maybe. See, Wrecked, I definitely don't remember what my first game was. No idea. Couldn't tell you. I mean, I might have talked before about how terrible my memory is generally. And why I think that might be. I think I've talked about how I don't have any visual memory, or any sensory memory at all, actually. On further reflection, I've noticed that it's not just vision. I just don't have any visual, any sensory memory. And it sort of means that I don't remember loads and loads of stuff. Because I sort of have to have created a narrative around the stuff having happened. And if it didn't stick out to me at the time, I've probably forgotten. I was 20 when I bought my first computer. I don't think I would remember if I was like 8. I mean, that is also the thing. I mean, I played games when I was pretty young. I was talking about it the other day, that we had computers pretty much as long as I remember. Even when they, you know, were the ZX Spectrum and a PC with less power than, you know, I can't even think of anything that would have such little power, processing power, as the PCs we had in those days. So, like, even a smart toaster would have more power than that these days. So, I mean, I've no idea what I could use as a comparison. But yeah, I just, you know, stuff is just gone. For me. How are we getting on with this? 400 kilos of steel? I'd like some more. It was about 7, I think. I played on my older brother's PC. The PC was my dad's. I don't strictly know who the ZX Spectrum belonged to. It was set up in my brother's room, so maybe it was his. It certainly wasn't mine. But it might have just been Dad's. But it was set up in his room, so maybe it was his? I don't remember. I mean, that's probably reasonable, because I was small, and why would I remember the exact ownership of things that were in my house? It doesn't seem to be the sort of thing that anyone would remember. When I get to watch a show, it's like I never saw it before. It's awesome. Now I find that happens an awful lot less. I don't tend to forget, like, the plot points and stuff of shows. Usually as soon as something will start, I'm gonna, if I've seen it before, I'm gonna remember what's going on. Looking on the bright side. That happens to partner a lot. Sometimes they can't remember a program that they watched like 3 months ago, and they can watch it again. They enjoy that quite a lot. Not always, but sometimes. I mean, this probably also comes from watching a load of rubbish on Netflix. I think Netflix definitely, or, you know, streaming services services generally and the binge watching culture make you forget a bit more. I'm watching Corner Gas all over again. I remember bits and pieces. Oh, excellent. Hello says, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely day. That your Friday is going well. Today I've only had to put the dupes on the medical beds once, which is definitely an improvement. We have scalded them minorly a couple of other times, but only medical bed worthy on one occasion. So I think that's not too bad. Speaking of duplicate skills, I was thinking of sending Steve, but the problem with Steve is they can't dig or do anything useful like that. And we probably need someone who can dig. Who are we going to send? Who's going in the rocket? It's probably either Neo or Abe. Why does Abe have an extra morale? No, that's why. Maybe Abe then, for the extra morale point. It is the weekend. Let us indeed party. It's probably because the childhood shows were more interesting than what you did last week. Well, we don't have enough lime. Alright, like, just never mind. Whatever. Right. Can't be bothered with that anymore. View interior. So we've got some stuff. We've got like a little bit of food. Not loads, but some. Whatever. You there. Time to build a engine. I mean, I guess we're going to build it of iron, because we don't have enough of anything else. It almost certainly won't break. Right, let's have a look at the gas overlay, because you, we're going to need to send you around over there. I feel like I forgot a big chunk of my childhood, but then the things I do remember, I remember in vivid detail. I don't know, but I feel that's not an unusual sort of way that those things work. But I certainly wouldn't swear to it. Because I certainly have forgotten big chunks of my childhood, and I don't remember any of them in vivid detail, so I'm just definitely not the person to ask. Right, how are we getting on here? I mean, slowly. There is a huge amount of thermal mass in here, though, to be fair. So, it's not surprising it's taking a little while. Well done. We would also like you to connect this to here, so that we have a... Oh, apparently you don't really need to. It is connected. Oh no. So that we have a place to get rid of the steam in between times. Oh, speaking of steam, I see a thing beginning to happen in our aquatuner box. Which is pleasing. Alright, so we built this. What are you... Oh, this that we can't get to you. No, that's fine. I will build a ladder. There you go. Can they hop across there? We'll find out. We'll find out. What do you mean we don't have any power? Really? Are you such an incredible power hog that you've used up all of our solar power? I mean, that's not super, because that also powers this. Right. What are we going to generate some extra power from? What are we going to generate some extra power from, chat? Because we clearly need some extra power. Because we don't have enough sun. Seems sad times. We don't really have enough ethanol to consider burning it yet as being an appropriate method. Pips, you seem to be failing to get me an arbor acorn from these trees. In fact, you haven't even got one, because this one came out the pod. You've completely failed to get any arbor acorns. I think I actually heard that if we harvest them, the branches will grow back. Gregor, don't waste it in the first place. I'm not wasting it, says. We're just using it. Waste is an unfair, what's it? Poor Pips. I mean, they're not doing their jobs. What do you call that steam box of yours then? I call it like a steam box, mostly. I call it rapidly put together, and largely a bit unimpressive. I know, but still harsh. A what's it assessment? Are we assessing the what's it? Why not go with a CO2 rocket? They're way too short and rubbish. Also, we're not actually generating any CO2. We don't have coal. We don't have oil. We only have 3 trees, so we're not burning ethanol. Therapy for the Pips. Thank you so much for the bits, Annabelle. I'm sure the Pips will appreciate their therapy. Yeah, we're not really making a lot of carbon dioxide. I mean, apart from the carbon dioxide that the Dupes are making, which, as you can see, is still not very much. Like, I haven't done any carbon skimming. To be fair, the oxyferns are turning some of it back into oxygen, but yeah, we've never done any carbon skimming, and this is our carbon dioxide footprint. There's quite a lot over there, but I think that was carbon dioxide when it started, to be honest. Oh, power. I was still thinking about power and how we could generate some more. We could you need all of them on there though, or we don't generate enough power, do we? Because how is that the potential load? Oh, because the desalinator is such an incredible power hog. That's why. God, I hate desalinators. I mean, these are turned off all the time, so it's not the end of the world, but I was thinking that we can probably disconnect one of these from filling this battery. But we perhaps can't when this is on the line. I mean, we could put this on this line, or we could connect it back to this. since we're not using these very often. It's probably better to put it on this line. And then we could probably disconnect one. I feel like unfair assessment would have made more sense than unfair what's it. Quite possible, Nora. I mean, if I could remember what words I was using, life would be a lot more straightforward. Call it a doohickey? Well, I think shots can be, like, a bit rubbish. One of my COVID shots I felt quite rubbish after. Only one of them. All the others I felt largely completely fine. I think after the first one, I had a fever for approximately 10 minutes, and then it went away again. So that wasn't a particularly big deal. But I think it was the third one that actually I felt a bit rubbish for a good couple of days, I think. Yeah, could take more muckroot for the rocket. That would be nice. Can you get in the rocket now? I assume they can. Did we decide who we were putting in? I think I'm just going to put Abe in. Abe can be the crew, whatever. Oh, we are going to have to get them to drop their mask when they go by. Don't... Look at them just standing in space. I mean, I would say that wasn't how I felt wrecked. I have to say that would not be a good description of how I felt. Right then, while this continues to heat up a little bit, because this isn't quite hot enough for us to safely put it in the rocket, I am gonna go and sort out some book appreciation. Possibly order my dinner as well. I'll be right back though, chat. You might have to watch them on slow, because it might be going long enough. I mean, nothing should really happen. But those are famous last words, after all. The duplicants are a special lot. I'm sure they can find some way to make something terrible happen. Either that or the pips. They're the other ones. I will be right back. Hello. I realise that's frightening for everyone. But book appreciation. So today I'm going to talk about this book, which is Empire State by Adam Christopher. It's not necessarily the sort of book that I often read, but it was bought for me as a gift, and I really, really enjoyed it. It's a alternate reality New York, and there's a lot of stuff going on. It's sort of a noir, essentially, but with a sci-fi overtone. It's really good. You sort of just have to sort of take it as it is. It's one of those where the more you know about it going in, probably the less helpful that becomes for you. It's very good to approach it kind of blind in lots of ways, and just accept it as sort of this weird noir. As I talked about a little bit with in the last book appreciation, I'm a big fan of books that are about feel. So I haven't read a lot of noir, but they have... it is a genre which also is quite a lot about the feel of the book, like the mood, rather than the plot. I mean, this book has plenty of plot. There is indeed a plot. There's even like a twist. It's not like a huge twist, but there's a twist, you know, it's just like it's a proper plot. Yes, Empire State by Adam Christopher. Happy Nora, well done. But it is, you know, like many noir, the mood of it is spectacular. The understanding of the genre of noir and the way it is created is really well done. I've read a couple of his books, I think, and this is the one that I really liked. I've read a couple of the other ones and was less thrilled. But Empire State, I would definitely recommend. It's worth it. For something a bit different, I assume you can probably get it into the States. I think he's British, so... but I wouldn't swear to that. But yes, Empire State by Adam Christopher is the book appreciation of the day. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Give it a go if you think you might like it. But be prepared for another novel that's very much about the mood of the place, and the plot unfolds slightly slower, because that is often my jam. You are welcome, Annabelle. You're absolutely welcome. We shall go back to the duplicants. I've been keeping an eye on them while I was talking to you about that. They haven't been doing anything catastrophic, which, you know, for duplicants is not too bad. No catastrophe, must be all right. So, although we have steam in here, I want to make sure it's plenty hot enough. So I'm going to wait till it's about 110 or so to pipe it in. Because we don't want it changing state in the pipes and cracking my pipes for no reason. So we'll just be a bit patient. But fairly soon, we'll actually be able to launch a rocket. No catastrophe. Dupes disappointed. Meeting called. Indeed. Are they having a meeting? No. No, they're not all hanging around in the recreation room. I wish I could make them all hang around in the recreation room. I'd really like that, but unfortunately they won't do it. I mean, to be fair, if we wanted them all to hang around in the recreation room, we could set up a jukebox and such like, and they would, but I can't power the stuff I've got, so I definitely can't afford to be powering a jukebox for the dupes. Maybe at a later stage we will be in a position to do that. How are we doing for dirt as a point of interest? Because I've just sort of been ignoring that as a thing. No, we still have plenty. Well, that's pleasing. How are you doing, bees? Yeah, it's still nice and cool down here. We don't seem to be having too much problem of heat leaking down here. Keeping our batteries nice and cool, we are, even if we're not keeping them completely full. Cool will do, I guess. Nearly up to 2 tons of enriched uranium. Do you need lead suits to build up in space? Creamy yummy cookies? I wouldn't say so, no. So, if we bring Amelia, do me a favour, come and stand outside. If we bring Amelia up, I'm only using oxygen masks. So, there's no air, so you need to provide something for your duplicants if you want them to be up here for a little while. But they will run out and hold their breath. What you've got, if you look at the radiation overview, your radiation might be different because the radiation depends a bit on which planetoid you start on. This is not massively high, but a bit higher than some of the starting worlds, I think. And you can see it says slight hazard. So what we found was, mostly as long as you're playing on normal difficulty, our dupes have been absolutely fine, wandering in and out of space. When we built all of this, and I had one dupe who was doing the vast majority of the building. No, it wasn't this. It was, we had a dupe in here doing this, and this is exposed to the radiation. So the problem we had with them is because they were spending so much time up there, their rads were building up and they couldn't expel the amount of radiation that they were taking in. So if we watch Annabelle, you can see that because Annabelle is using the lavatory, it says the duplicant is expelling absorbed radiation from their system. Because the dupes can clear 100 rads out of their systems with each bathroom use. So you've got quite a lot of leeway before they get radiation poisoning. They might get minor radiation sickness. That's okay, just is a few negatives to stats. If they get major radiation sickness, they'll start vomiting and stuff like that. Which you probably would rather they didn't. But space is not going to provide enough rads to kill them. So there is apparently a rad level at which they immediately die. But I think it's like, they have to be exposed to something like 1,000 rads. No, I think it might be even more than that. Does anyone remember what it is? There is a level, but I can't remember what it is. Essentially, you should only need lead suits if you are going to be making a radiation reactor. Ooh, we're out of uranium, we'll have to dig some up. If you look at the research, we're actually on our way there now. If you're going to make a research reactor, you're going to need lead suits to go near it. Apart from that, you're not really going to use them. On a normal difficulty. It's slightly different if you're doing a higher difficulty playthrough, but still, you're probably only going to want your lead suits for making a one of these, a research reactor. The other thing that you can do, I think I found it easier to show people through this apothecary. The first tier of medicine is the apothecary. You do need a doctor to run it, but they only need doctor number 1. Like, they only need the first doctoring thing. You can make rad pills out of coal, which on most worlds is a fairly abundant resource. I don't have any, but it's usually pretty abundant. And this will deal with most radiation problems that you will have. It's worth If you can, it's worth taking them on taking the rad pills on rockets, because if we have a look at this, you can see that these things here let the rads straight through. Which reminds me, a thing we can do about that is, we don't have any decent materials for stopping rads. Aren't these all exactly the same? I mean, the only one that isn't is depleted uranium, but I've used all of that up making, that'll teach me for making, what's-its. Don't have any lead. No lead. No oil biome, so no lead. Can I brick this one up? 6? No, I can't brick that one up. This one's more important because this one looks at where they work the telescope from. So we're going to get that one bricked up for them. This one, they shouldn't be standing around here for no reason. I mean, they probably will be. But, like, they shouldn't need to be in this very much. But here, if they're using the telescope, they are gonna be underneath that. So we'll try and get them to brick that up. Oh, they can't use the telescope, can they? Well, we might reuse this rocket to go up and do some telescoping afterwards. So yeah. I mean, the door was shut. It's a lot better than when they have to use the little outhouses. At least this, like, seals up. Right then. How are we doing with the temperature in here? This is now quite warm. So, we're going to flick this switch. And pump some steam into our rocket. Thank goodness. Ooh. Oh, no, that's fine. It's just gone into here. That's alright. It's probably going to break that, isn't it? So going to break that pipe. That is spectacularly annoying. Oh, we're just going to have to live with it. Unfortunately. Aggravating as it is. Right, engine, how are you doing? Oh, you're filling pretty quickly, actually. So this shouldn't take too long. No, except we've run out of power. I mean, that's less helpful. I'm actually gonna, once this has made its way into the rocket, gonna quickly open that, let that steam out, and then we can close it again, and that should stop this pipe behind here breaking. And then we'll just have to wait for daytime for the power to come back. Unfortunately. What was the other thing I was thinking about? Oh, I know what I was thinking about. I was thinking about berry sludge. Hello, berry sludge. We need sleet wheat and bristleberries. I mean, we should start doing this. Oh, we can't do cooling. That's the problem. Yes, this is the problem, that we can't do cooling. I mean, that's only vaguely true. We haven't got necessarily any way good to do it. Because we could make it in space. If we made a sleet wheat farm in space, we could literally just run this round, cool it to the appropriate temperature, and because it's space, nothing will happen. It should be fine. Oh, thanks. But I don't think that's ideal. I think we kind of need to be able to cool it properly before we make a thing. I don't want any of you. Let's take some ethanol. Don't put it in here. Leave it in the bottle. It'll be fine, thanks. Alright, these are back on. Why aren't you guys back on? Why is your pipe blocked? Oh, you're actually full. Are you full? Yes, that's why. Alright, let's turn these off. And we'll open this up. This is actually why this exists. And then we can vent all this other steam just out. Oh, you're not going to run backwards. Really? Right, just disconnect that. And then it should run back and out of there. Oh, that's kind of annoying. But sure. Sure, game. Thank you. Yeah, here we go. Yes, it's a bit warm, Steve. I agree. Considering it's condensed steam, but you know, it should be fine. No worries at all. Right. Interesting. So, this is powered. We've got a bunch of modules. One, two, three, four. What is the range on our rocket? I think it's like 10 or something. Do you show me your range? Range remaining 10. Oh, look, I was completely right. What makes a change. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, yes. If we land it. Which we probably want to. So we're going to go over here and see about this. Oh, see, look. You're the worst game. Alright then. We would like to... What's wrong with my launch checklist? No pilot, no thing. Let's put that on crew. Oh, I know what it is. We haven't got a destination. I'd like to go there. Would I like to go there? Maybe not, actually. Can I, Hello, you. Can I change that destination? Oh, you can't do the telescoping anyway, so you might as well go there. It's fine. In Abe. Abe. Come back. Abe. Oh, I can't really direct you out of here, can I? No, never mind. Just take off your mask. We'll make a new one. Okay. You gonna take off? I haven't done this for ages. Right. Launch. There we go. Lovely. Off you go, rocket. Shall we watch the rocket? Bye, rocket. We've achieved a thing. We have launched our first rocket into space. Lovely. Can you make one more oxygen mask? I mean, I'm not sure we'll really need it. I'm not sure we'll be going out into space that much until such time as until Abe is back, but you know. We can see. So one of the cool things about this game, if you don't play this game very much, is the excitement of being able... Thank you so much for the bits, Annabelle. That is very kind. Abe is in space now, Nora. Thank you so much for your support, Annabelle. It's much appreciated. I do like that it shows them. I also like that they actually do move. Even if they don't move all the time, you do see them move between tiles. Abe can't eat any of that food. I mean, that is fair, Abe. You are allowed to eat all of this stuff. What's the other thing? Nutrient bars. Is there anything else? I don't think there's anything else. You can eat that. Abe in space. I mean, Abe, you don't have it. Oh. Alright, so this has a really, really, really annoying bug. Where, the buildings don't stop being grounded when they take off, even though they should. Don't know why that is still a thing, but it is a thing. You're gonna do some flying, Abe? It actually makes a vague difference. Like, the rocket goes a little bit faster if they fly it. Apparently. So there you are. Shortly, Abe will get to his destination and we can have a little look at what is over there. We harvesting those? We probably should be. I mean, we just mark stuff for harvest. I mean, we can't get to some of that, but if it is possible to harvest things, we probably should be doing so. Okay. So, Abe is hopefully going to return with thimbleweed seed. That is the most important thing that Abe can get over there. So that we can start growing our own thimbleweed. Speaking of thimbleweed. Okay. This will shortly be full, and we'll have to empty it. I'm tempted to actually not empty it and just build another one, so that we can feed the thimbleweed when it gets back. I think I might do that. Frankly. On the grounds that a thimbleweed is pretty important. Considering we don't have any reed fiber. Is it? Yeah, it's warm enough, isn't it? Yeah. It's definitely warm enough. I mean, it's not warm enough down here. But it's warm enough up here, and it's also not too hot. So we should be able to plant thimbleweed. We might even plant some up here, to be honest. It might be an excellent place to plant some. Have we built that? We have. Excellent. So it gives us a bit more water to store, to use for the thimbleweed when Abe gets back. Nora. Yeah, I think we'll leave you there. Leofar, should we make you an artist? Yeah, why not? Let's make you an artist. Marie. I mean, I think we probably are going to take you up here. Are we? Maybe? Alright, we'll leave them like that. Oh, then we can get a box base. We'll have to move a bunch of our food, to be fair. But we should consider transferring over to a different food source anyway. Right, let's think about over here again, because one of the ways we were going to transition to another food source was to make bristleberries. The problem with that plan is that we don't have cool enough water. So we were hoping to build a bunch of stuff here to cool our water. I never sent over any aluminum. But one thing we do need to do is we need to turn this on. I think I might... no, we haven't got any currently, have we? I remember. We'd need to dig up more uranium to do any more of this research, so this might be an ideal moment to send Neo the scientist over. And you'll have to do a little bit of building and digging and stuff like that, but I'm afraid such is life, Neo. Partly because you don't have any food. And once you have sorted that out, we're going to need to get you some food. There is going to be food down here. Is it bedtime already? Oh, god damn it. I need to be more careful about whether I'm sending them at bedtime. What are you doing now, mate? Oh, okay. I wonder if there are any discarded grub fruits or anything that he can reach. Neo, you know how to cook, don't you? Skills. Grilling. You do know how to cook. Right. In which case, let's set you up a thing. Oh, I know, we were going to put food here, but then I remembered that it's too cold. But we can get Neo to do some other stuff. What are you doing? Oh, you're running on that wheel. I mean, that's not that important right now, to be honest. Don't worry about it. We will worry about that another time. Well, now you're having a sleep. Okay. I would like you to prioritise this. Because one thing, there's at least some food down here. And then we can work on finding Neo some more food elsewhere. I mean, there's plenty of stuff under the ground, so we can probably find him some. But first and foremost, we might as well get the food that we can see. And we're probably also going to set up a grill because... I mean, there are grub fruits. Apparently they haven't actually... Yep, there's a grub fruit there. So these will be sometimes dropping grub fruits. There's also the sleet wheat that we could cook. Dig for your life, Neo. Absolutely. This is one of those times where you need to be getting on with it. Oh, interesting. Look, the carbon dioxide can't pass down here because this has created this weird waterfall effect. Yay, muckroot. Well done. It's alright, Neo. You've got some muckroot now. Look, you've got 800 calories. You won't be immediately dying. Oh, look, and now we can actually drop some of this carbon dioxide, so that will also help. Yeah, you might as well carry on digging down there, I guess. We might as well dig this up, because it's... Oh no, this is all halted because of pressure. Well, this mealwood is growing now, so we'd probably ideally not want to dig it up, if we can. But we'll have a little dig along here. There's some buried stuff. We'll put this up to a 6 as well. What's the comforting sentence? That there's like 800 calories of food. I mean, it's not loads, is it? But it's going to be fine. Look, the mealwood has even come to life now. I'll set it up for Neo to be able to harvest it. You're doing an excellent job there, Neo. Neo. Well done. Doing a better job than I am of speaking. I mean, not that that is very difficult, as discussed. Yeah, we probably don't care so much about this. Why don't you dig across here and we'll see if we can find you some more food. And we'll worry about the rest later. You won't be immediately dying. Well, I mean, look, found some more food. It's like a day and a half already. Catastrophists, the lot of you. It's completely fine. I mean, to be fair, all we have to do to save Neo is just chuck him in this teleporter and send him home. Think about Abe. He's stuck in a rocket. I've got a saltwater geyser in a cold biome. Open that sucker and let it melt the biome. Free water. Yes. Sounds good. We had, in the last one we were doing, we had, I think, a gold volcano. No, we had a liquid sulfur geyser on the edge of a cold biome. So that was pretty handy. That was nice and straightforward to use. Sorry, I'm actually ordering my dinner while I do this. Apologies. But, you know, I need dinner. So, that's where we're at. I did try and do it in my break, but then the pizza company would not allow us to pre-order. I felt that was unreasonable of them, quite frankly. So, I'm having to do it now. I will be back with you shortly. How is Neo doing? I think my question is, where is Neo? It is indeed pizza, but with no pineapple. Not a fan. That's what I wanted to do. No thanks. Is this the correct pizza? Yes. Lovely. We not a fan of pineapple on pizza either, Neo. I mean, I don't like pineapple under any circumstances, so there is definitely that I just really don't like pineapple. So, I mean, that means that on pizza or otherwise, I'm not gonna want it. What's it pizzas? Slightly unconvinced, but maybe. PayPal have gone to this double authentication thing all the time, so now I have to get texted a code every time I want to pay for something, which is vaguely aggravating, I would say. Maybe that's just me. I mean, obviously it's a good thing in principle, but still moderately aggravating. Alright. Pizza is ordered. Neo, what are you doing? Why can't I hear you digging? Oh, the game paused. That is why. Calories that we can put in a rocket, or calories they can eat now. We have 78,000 calories. So I guess we'll take the calories we can put in a rocket later. It's the only place you like pineapple, Trismillion. That's interesting. Yeah, no, there is no place that I like pineapple. Including, ideally, not in my house. is how I feel about Pineapple. Rockets in orbit. Excellent. Let's have a look at the star map. Abe, you are here. Let's oversee the planetoid. What can we see down there? Look at this. This is oxygen. Puffed. Caught in an excellent part of the animation there. Well done, Puffed. It looks like it shouldn't be too bad, because there's all oxygen quite close. Sedimentary, polluted dirt. A bot can dig through it fairly straightforwardly. How hard is wolframite as a point of interest? Way too hard. There you go. You've learned a new thing. So I reckon we send the bot down, have it dig in and have a look, and then we can send Abe down. And between them, they should be able to make a rocket platform to land the rocket. And we have enough power to both land the rocket and get the rocket back. Now, okay, we should have plenty of room here, because the rocket's only 25 high. So that should be fine. I think I'm going to try and land the bot here. I've never used the bots, I don't think. I'm pretty sure I've literally never used the bots. So I'd like to deploy the rover. Oh, I can't land the bot there, it's too big. Can bots jump too? Do bots have the same movement range as duplicants? It doesn't really matter too much, but I assume that's gonna happen if we start the game up again. Let's go a bit slower. Woohoo! It's a disappointing amount of carbon dioxide in here. Hello, bot. Hello, rover. You cannot be renamed. Your name is Rover, and that is the way it is. Alright then. As a point of interest, Rover, can I... Ah, I also can't direct you. You do not have a move. So I have a question, chat. Oh, I can probably find out, because can you dig there? Yeah, you can. Right, so it can jump down too, so it has the same movement as a duplicant. So, if you dig down there, you're never going to be able to get up again. No, there's going to be plenty there for a new ladder piece. Indeed, the other thing we can do is we can dig this up. Oh yeah, I thought we might need to, because it might do that. So you do that, and then we have some sedimentary rock that you can use. And we'll dig down this way. Right. I mean, this isn't super hospitable for a duplicant, but is sort of the sort of thing we'd want to do. It can even climb ladders. I think I knew it could climb ladders. I just wondered about its jumping. But it seems fine. Let's check on Abe. Abe, how much food have you got? Absolutely tons, apparently. So we don't need to worry about that, because Abe has enough food here for like 24 cycles. How is your oxygen doing? It's still at over 14 kilos a tile, so that should be fine as well. Don't need to worry about this, so we can leave the bot doing some work for a minute. Obviously it can't get through the abyssite. I think it can only dig like stage 1, can't it? Isn't it? It can only do things of a completely unskilled duplicant. Yeah. So the other thing we might want it to do is, if we get you to not build that one, I might get you to build a thing in so we can keep the oxygen underneath, just while we're using this. So we can get you to build like a tile. I'd sort of rather you move down a bit. I also can't see whether this has space exposure. It does not. This does. Right. Can you build a tile there? Hopefully you'll move down when you finish it and not pop up on the top. I knew that was too much to ask for. Right, come on you. Get down here. Where are you going? Oh, I see. That's what you're doing. Is it a mod to have Wally as a dupe? It is not a real guitar. The rover bot is part of the DLC. It's one of the modules that you can build on your rocket. Enables you to send the little bot down to a planet's surface. It only has a certain amount of charge. I don't know if you can see. Yeah, you can see its battery. So it has a battery, and when its battery runs out, that's it. That is all the bot that you get. It also... and there's some thimble raid. It also... what does it also do? Some stuff. I don't know. Oh yeah, it can also only do the amount of stuff that a newly printed duplicate could do. So there are a limited number of things it could build, because it can only build stuff that you would have at the very beginning of the game, and it can only do tasks that a brand new duplicate could do. But, I mean, that's not the end of the world. That's still a fair few tasks and is sort of worthwhile. Also, like, it doesn't suffocate, so that's handy, because it's a robot. Right, why don't you just dig this and that out? I mean, you don't even need to dig the top one out, but you can do. And we'll carry on your little adventure down into the earth and see what we can see here. Oh, you can't climb down there? No, you can't climb down there. You can if you dig that out. And then we can cut through into here. It's super cute, though. Cycle 214 and you have rockets and on another planet. Not even vaguely insufficient. If you're not playing the DLC, like, definitely there aren't really other planets to go and visit, and you shouldn't expect to have rockets very early because you have to deal with the space meteors. But even if you are playing the DLC, I usually don't even bother. Yeah, it's the spaced out DLC. With space until quite late on, because it's just not really my favourite. But in this playthrough we don't have any Drecos or any reed fibre or any oil. So I can't make plastic, and I can't make atmo suits, and I can't make steam turbines. Like, I literally have no access to those things. So we've had to sort of cobble together a rocket to head over here. Who's starving? Neo. Why haven't you dug this out? Oh, you've been digging in the wrong places. Fair enough. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm gonna do. Is pretty much what that trip is about, is grabbing the thimbleweed seeds and then heading back to the rocket. We're not really too worried about other things that we may encounter there. How starving are you, Neo? Let me look. Where's your calories? Your calories are right for the minute. What are you doing? Are you going to breathe? No, you're going to use the bathroom. That means you're going to go to bed, doesn't it? Alright, no, you need to get in the thing then. Get in the thing. Let's send you home. Yeah, so this is the first stage is to grab thimbleweed seeds. Oh, I see you didn't finish going to the bathroom. Grab thimbleweed seeds and grow some thimbleweed so we can have atmosuits. And then when we can have atmosuits, we also know where a planet is that has oil on it. And then we should be able to go and get some oil, because the duplicants will be able to stand with the heat without dying, essentially. Because, you know, it Yes, that's fine, Neo. You go and get some food. That's why we brought you home. There you go. You'll be fine. It's usually ideal not to have your duplicants die. Do you need some more sedimentary rock from somewhere? Can I give you some that you could dig out? Why don't you dig out like that bit? That would be fine. Give you a little bit of extra sedimentary rock a bit nearer by. Can I see any others? You could dig this out. That is fine as well. But yeah, so I think all we're really going to do here is probably just come down this bit, grab some thimble reeds. What do we got? 1, 2, there's at least 3 over here. We could do with some seeds, really. Do we know about any seeds yet? Seed? No, we still don't know what a thimbleweed seed is. So we might have to dig them up. Which is, you know, moderately disappointing, because if we dig them up, then they won't wild grow while they're over here, but it's not the end of the world. Yes, yeah, that is it. What we technically need is seeds. And that is what we're going to get. That is the idea. But yeah, to begin with, we're going to use this little robot to get them. Uproot these things. Can we actually reach these now? We're going to need to build some. You can jump up there. You'll be able to get that. I'm not sure we'll be able to reach that one, though. I think you might need a ladder piece to reach that one. I mean, there's probably some in some of the cracks, but we'll worry about that a little bit later. Save some battery and just build every other ladder segment. It goes down with time, so I don't really mind. We're probably gonna send the duplicant down anyway, because with the rover here, which the lander has 400 kilos of steel on our rocket. We also have the Trailblazer module, which would launch the duplicant down to the planet. That is also made of steel and will give us another 400 kilos of steel, which is enough to build a rocket platform. And then the rocket can land itself. Slightly, weirdly, they haven't changed that, have they? Before I do something terrible and strand Abe. Because that would be unfortunate, were we to strand Abe. But the rover's really cool. I enjoy him a lot. So the rocket platform will be really useful, because then we don't have to make these, which, like, we can't, you can't, like, get them back. Obviously, we could deconstruct them for the materials and bring the materials back, but otherwise, like, they don't go back to the ship. So we'd much rather build a rocket platform, so that we can come back here in a, you know, more sensible way. Where do we want it? This is gonna... it's gonna incinerate all of that, which is not really what we want to do. Maybe we build it above here. I mean... 1, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. That should be okay. Is that enough space for the rocket? Nope. Not enough space for the rocket, so we're just going to have to put up with a certain amount of incinerating the neighbourhood, I'm afraid. Incinerating the neighbourhood is just one of those things that's going to have to happen. How about there? Nope. Because our rocket is 25 high. That's why I'm doing that. And if you build the rocket platform too high, you will not be able to land the rocket. And that would be disappointing. So we're going to wind up with a rocket platform there. We will need a ladder. We'll later need some more ladder. I don't know how much ladder. How are you doing down here, mister? What are you up to? Going to dig. I mean, that's fine. Can you get up there? I think you can. I wonder if you have priorities. In terms of... I think it's just literally what order you queued things up in is the priorities they have for it. I don't know if he has any proximity. Can you not uproot things? You don't seem to want to. Is that true? You can't uproot things? Because you could definitely get there. That's a bit annoying, robot. That you can't uproot stuff. I mean, if we dig that out and that out, you can get up here. So, we can do that. I think it can haul as well, so that'll be handy. We'll build that. We'll send, we'll land the, dupe over here. That would need to be dug out to allow them to get down. That'll be fine. But some of this excitement, dig that up, please, is gonna have to wait until until Monday, in fact, now. Because it is 8 o'clock and I've already ordered my dinner, so assumably it will arrive fairly soon. Thank you all for watching. I'm going to be back on Monday with more oxygen included. We're going to be carrying on with this. Harvesting some thimbleweed, bringing it back, growing some suits, and then heading off for oil. So that's our plan for next week. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for your support, for hanging out and chatting to us. It is always lovely. A reminder that you can subscribe, including through Amazon Prime, if you have it. You can also support me directly. There's links in the about. But the best thing that any of you can do is to be here, to chat, to be a viewer, and to engage with the channel. So thank you all very much for doing so. I appreciate it. It's always lovely to see people here. And we can go and see GC Fungus, who is doing their Max Dupes attempt. Let's go and have a raid. So come with me on the raid, explain to GC that I've gone to eat, and enjoy watching them make many, many duplicates. I hope to see you on Monday, 3 p.m. GMT. That's UTC. Bye.